I turned 30 on a Tuesday, which felt strange for a birthday that everyone seems to treat like a milestone. There were no fireworks, no dramatic realizations, no sudden clarity about my life's purpose. Just an ordinary weekday where the sky was gray and soft, and my email inbox filled with automated birthday discounts and a handful of polite messages from colleagues who had remembered because a little notification told them to. That night, after the routine bustle of the city faded into its familiar nighttime hum, I sat alone at my small kitchen table, a single candle flickering in the middle of an undecorated cake I had picked up on my way home. The apartment around me looked exactly as it always did, functional, a little cluttered, not particularly loved or unloved. It was the kind of place that holds you, but doesn't necessarily know you. When I closed my eyes to make a wish, something unexpected rose quietly to the surface. I wished for home. Not the apartment, not the city, not the carefully organized life I had built over the last decade. I wished for the squeak of the back screen door at my grandparents' house, for the scent of pine and old wood, for the sound of the church bells in my hometown, ringing out carols in the cold December air, for the gentle, unhurried conversations that used to fill winter evenings, back when my biggest responsibility was helping decorate the tree and making sure the hot chocolate didn't spill. It was a simple wish, almost too simple, but it stayed with me. In the days that followed, it lingered at the edges of everything I did. It perched quietly on my shoulder as I rushed through crowded subway platforms, as I attended back-to-back meetings about projects that all seemed to blur into one another, as I lay awake at night watching the faint, orange glow from the streetlights slide across my bedroom ceiling. By the middle of the month, Christmas decorations were everywhere. Shiny garlands draped across storefronts, artificial trees sparkling with perfectly coordinated ornaments, holiday music spilling from speakers in cafes and grocery stores, cheerful and insistent. There were lights, of course, so many lights. But sometimes they felt more like a performance than a celebration. Beautiful, but distant. I remember one evening in particular. I had stayed late at the office, my eyes sore from staring at the screen for too long. When I finally stepped outside, the air was cold enough to make my lungs sting a little with each inhale. The city seemed even brighter at night, with building windows shining like 1,000 stars fallen to earth. And yet, there was something strangely lonely about it. I wrapped my scarf more tightly around my neck and stood for a moment on the sidewalk, letting the stream of people move around me. Everyone seemed to be going somewhere. Holiday parties, dinners, last-minute shopping trips. Their arms were filled with packages and bags, their faces illuminated by the glow of their phones. My phone buzzed in my coat pocket. When I pulled it out, I saw a message from my neighbor back home, Mrs. Lane. It read, "Hi, dear Mary. Thinking of you. Town is starting to look like Christmas. The house is as quiet as ever. Lights would look lovely on it again this year. Hope you're well." I stared at the message for a long time, my breath leaving soft clouds in the cold air. It felt like a small door had opened somewhere, just a crack, letting in a thin beam of memory and possibility. In my mind, I saw the little white house with its green shutters and the slightly crooked front steps. I saw the front porch where my grandmother used to sit with a blanket over her knees, watching the snow fall. I saw the big pine tree in the front yard that we used to decorate with oversized colored lights that glowed like bright candies against the winter dark. My thumb hovered over the screen. For a moment, I almost typed, "I miss it there." Instead, I typed, "Thank you for thinking of me. I hope you're well too." But I didn't hit send. Instead, I slipped the phone back into my pocket and began to walk, feeling something inside me grow louder than the noise of the city. It wasn't a shout. It wasn't urgent in the way my work deadlines were urgent. It was more like a steady, gentle tug, a kind of quiet knowing. On the subway ride home, pressed between strangers and muffled announcements, I finally let the thought fully form. Maybe I could go home for Christmas. It wasn't as if anyone was expecting me to stay. The office was slowing down for the holidays, and several of my coworkers were already making plans to leave town. There were no big parties on my calendar, no traditions in the city I would miss. My life here would not pause dramatically in my absence. It would simply go on, just as it always did. The idea settled over me like a soft blanket. At first, I held it lightly, as though it was fragile and might crumble if I examined it too closely. But the more I considered it, the more solid it became. That night, in the glow of my small apartment kitchen, I finally texted Mrs. Lane back. "I've been thinking of you too," I wrote. "I might come home for Christmas this year." Her reply came quickly, as though she had been holding her phone, just waiting for my words. "Oh, Mary, that would be the best Christmas gift. The house has missed you. We all have. The house has missed you." I read that line over and over, letting the warmth of it spread through my chest. It felt like someone had wrapped their hands gently around my heart and given it a reassuring squeeze. For the first time in a long while, I went to bed early that night. I turned off my phone, pulled the blankets up around my shoulders, and lay on my back staring at the ceiling. The city hummed softly outside my window, but it felt farther away than usual, like something I could step away from and return to later if I wanted. As I lay there, I noticed my breathing. In and out. Slow and even. The tension that usually sat like a stone between my shoulder blades began to soften, just a little. My jaw unclenched, my body so used to being slightly braced for the next email, the next task, the next worry, found a rare moment of ease. I closed my eyes and imagined the old house at the edge of town, empty but waiting. I pictured the front door, the brass handle cool to the touch. I imagined turning the key and stepping inside, the air faintly chilly at first, then slowly warming as the radiators came to life. I saw myself brushing my fingertips along the familiar banister, feeling the smoothness worn by years of hands before mine. The images felt so real that I could almost smell the faint scent of dust and pine, hear the creaking of the floorboards, feel the quiet of the place settle around me like a hug. I fell asleep gently that night, not in the usual scattered way where my mind ran loops around worry and unfinished tasks, but in a slow, downward drift, like a feather finally deciding where to land. The next morning, I booked my ticket. The process was surprisingly simple. A few clicks on my laptop, a confirmation email, a seat reserved on the train that would take me back to the nearest station to my hometown. As the screen flashed with the words, "Your trip is confirmed," a small, unexpected thrill ran through me. It felt like I had made a promise to the house, to the town, to my younger self, and maybe most of all, to the part of me that still believed in quiet blessings. In the days that led up to my departure, everything around me seemed to slow down, even though the city was as busy as ever. I noticed things I had been too rushed to see before. The way the winter light turned buildings a palest gold in the late afternoon, the way people's breath mingled in little clouds as they laughed on sidewalks, the way a child's mittened hand reached up for a parent's, trusting and sure. I began packing in small, patient steps. A sweater folded neatly one evening, a favorite book tucked into the front pocket of my bag the next, my old red scarf, slightly frayed at the ends, unearthed from the back of my closet and wrapped carefully around my neck, as though it had been waiting. I didn't need to bring much. The house already held blankets and dishes and memories. All I really needed were a few familiar pieces of myself, comfortable clothes, my journal, the mug with the tiny chip in the rim that somehow made it feel more beloved. On the night before I left, I stood at my apartment window and looked out over the city one more time. The streets below glowed with headlights and decorations, a tapestry of movement and light. For a moment, I felt a pang of something like guilt, as though I were abandoning a life that had taken years to build. But then another feeling rose up, gentler and steadier. This isn't abandoning, I thought. It's pausing. It's breathing. I pressed my hand lightly against the cold glass and whispered, almost without meaning to, "I'll come back." Whether I was saying it to the city, to myself, or to the life I had woven here, I wasn't entirely sure, but the words felt right, like placing a bookmark between the pages of a story before setting it aside for a little while. The morning of my departure, the alarm rang softly in the half-dark. I woke with a quiet sense of purpose, as if my body already knew what the day held. The air in the apartment was cool against my face, and for a moment I stayed under the covers, listening to the stillness. My breathing was slow and peaceful. My limbs felt heavy in that comforting way they do before you fully wake. I let my eyes close again for a brief moment and pictured the journey ahead. The station, the train, the gradual transformation of tall buildings into open fields, and then into the smaller, more familiar shapes of home. When I finally slipped out of bed, my feet met the floor gently. I moved through the apartment in a kind of soft focus calm, putting on the kettle for tea, washing my face in warm water that made my skin tingle awake. The steam from the mug curled upward in delicate spirals as I sat at the table and took small, unhurried sips, feeling the warmth spread through my chest and down into my belly. It struck me that this was the first morning in a long time where I didn't feel like I was already late for something. Outside, the sky was a pale, wintry blue. I could see my own breath in the air as I stepped out of the building, suitcase rolling quietly behind me. The wheels hummed a soft, steady rhythm on the pavement, like a gentle reminder to keep moving forward, but not too fast. At the station, people bustled around me with their bags and coffee cups, their scarves wrapped up to their noses. Announcements echoed overhead, and the distant screech of train brakes cut through the air from time to time. But somehow, amid it all, I felt a strange kind of stillness, as if I were standing at the edge of a small, calm lake while the world rushed by on all sides. When my train was called, I found my seat by the window and settled in, tucking my bag beneath the chair and loosening my scarf. The fabric of the seat felt firm but comfortable against my back, and the gentle hum of the heating system wrapped me in a blanket of quiet warmth. As the train pulled out of the station, the city began to slide away. Tall buildings gave way to shorter ones, then to clusters of houses, and then to stretches of open land dusted with hints of frost. The sky widened. My thoughts, which had so often felt cramped and crowded in the city, seemed to stretch out with it. I watched the landscape flicker past, bare trees standing like guardians along the tracks, fields sleeping under the pale wintry sky, the occasional farmhouse with a thin ribbon of smoke rising from its chimney. Here and there I spotted hints of Christmas, a wreath on a door, a string of lights wrapped around a lone tree in a yard, a snowman, kneeling slightly forward as if bowing to the cold. Every so often, I felt my eyes grow heavy. The gentle sway of the train was hypnotic, rocking me into a state of pleasant drowsiness. My shoulders rested back against the seat. My hands lay loosely in my lap. I took a slow, deep breath and let it flow out just as slowly, feeling the tension leave my body, bit by bit. Somewhere during the journey, I realized that I wasn't thinking about work at all. I wasn't thinking about emails or deadlines or how I might seem to other people. I was thinking about the smell of my grandmother's kitchen at Christmas, the feel of her hand smoothing my hair when I was little, the sound of my grandfather's voice humming carols under his breath as he untangled the tree lights. I was thinking about Mrs. Lane's quiet kindness, the way she always insisted on sending me home with a container of leftovers whenever I visited. I was thinking about the bookstore on the corner, with its narrow aisles and worn wooden shelves, and the boy who used to sit on the rug next to me as we read through stacks of holiday stories together. Daniel. His name appeared in my mind as naturally as if someone had just spoken it out loud. We hadn't talked in a while, not really. Every so often we exchanged short messages on birthdays or holidays, promises to catch up soon that never quite turned into real plans. But in my memories, he remained as vivid as ever. An easy smile, dark hair falling into his eyes, the way he always listened when I talked, really listened, as if my smallest worries were worth his full attention. I wondered what he was doing this December, whether the bookstore was still the way it had been in my mind all these years, whether he ever thought about those winter afternoons on the rug, our fingers sticky from candy canes as we turned the pages of worn Christmas stories. The thought made my chest feel warm in a way that had nothing to do with the heating on the train. As we drew closer to my hometown, the scenery began to feel more familiar. I recognized the curve of the river that wound its way alongside the tracks, the cluster of trees that always seemed to hold on to their leaves just a little longer than the others, the tall, faded sign announcing the town's name and chipped white paint. My heart gave a small, steady thump of anticipation. When the train finally slowed and eased into the station, the brakes exhaled with a long sigh that seemed to echo my own. I stood and reached for my bag, my fingers wrapping around the handle with a sense of quiet readiness. Stepping down onto the platform, I was surprised by how crisp and clean the air felt. It was colder here than in the city, but it was a different kind of cold. Less sharp, more honest somehow. I drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly, watching the cloud of my exhale drift upward and disappear. The station itself was small but cheerful. Someone had strung a garland along the length of the low, sloping roof, and a simple Christmas tree stood in the corner of the waiting area, decorated with paper stars and handmade ornaments. A soft, instrumental version of Silent Night was playing from a speaker somewhere, the notes gentle and slightly tinny, but oddly perfect. I rolled my suitcase toward the exit, the wheels ticking softly over the uneven tiles. As I pushed open the glass door and stepped outside, there it was,
the first sight that truly made it feel real. The town. The main street stretched out before me, quiet, but not empty. A few cars passed slowly by, their engines low and unhurried. The storefronts were decorated with wreaths, bows, and strings of warm white lights that glowed softly even in the pale afternoon. There was the bakery with its frosted window pane, the hardware store with its simple green garland draped around the door, and just visible at the far end of the street, the church with its small steeple pointing up into the winter sky. I stood for a moment, just taking it all in. The sounds here were softer than the city. Distant conversation, the faint ring of a bell as someone opened a shop door, the gentle crunch of tires on lightly frosted pavement. I could hear my own footsteps as I began to walk, the suitcase following obediently at my side. Each step seemed to carry me through not just space, but through time. Past versions of myself walked these streets alongside me. Little girl Mary skipping with mittened hands outstretched. Teenage Mary rushing to the bookstore to tell Daniel about some new dream. 20-something Mary waving goodbye from the back of a car as she left for the city, certain that bigger and better things waited for her far away from here. Now, at 30, I was returning. The walk from the station to my grandparents' house was not long.
The houses along the way were modest and familiar, with small yards and porches decorated in varying degrees of enthusiasm. Some were simple, just a wreath on the door, a single candle in each window. Others were more exuberant, with inflatable snowmen and multicolored lights blinking in playful patterns. As I turned onto the street where the house stood, my steps slowed naturally, almost reverently. The trees lining the sidewalk were bare, their branches a delicate lacework against the pale sky. The air was still, with just the faintest hint of wood smoke drifting from someone's chimney down the street. And then, there it was. The little white house with green shutters and the slightly crooked front steps. The roof held a dusting of frost that shimmered faintly in the fading light. The front porch was empty, but not abandoned. The windows, though dark, reflected the soft glow of the street lamps that were beginning to wake up for the evening. I stopped at the foot of the walkway, my suitcase quiet beside me. For a moment, I just looked. It felt as though the house was looking back. My breath came out slowly, a long, steady exhale that left my body feeling a little lighter. My shoulders dropped without my even thinking about it. The years that had stretched between my last Christmas here and this moment felt both very long and very short, like a single deep inhale held in the lungs for too long. I walked up the path, the familiar crunch of the gravel under my boots, an oddly comforting sound. My hand reached for the railing at the steps, out of habit, fingers curling around the cool metal. The front door stood firm and quiet, the brass handle slightly dull with age, but still steady beneath my hand. For a heartbeat, I hesitated. Then I reached into my coat pocket, where Mrs. Lane had told me she'd left the spare key in a small envelope at the station office. The key felt solid and slightly cool in my palm, its weight both ordinary and momentous. I slid it into the lock. The turn was smooth, like a long, exhaled breath. When I pushed the door open, the faint scent of dust and old wood drifted out to meet me, mingled with something else,
something that smelled like memory, if memory could be carried on the air. I stepped inside, and the door closed gently behind me with a soft click. The quiet wrapped around me like a blanket. I stood in the small entryway with my hand still resting on the doorknob, listening to the hush. The house made the small, familiar sounds of an old place settling. Tiny creaks in the floorboards, a faint sigh from the walls as they adjusted to the colder air coming in. They were not empty sounds, they were welcoming. Slowly, I let go of the handle and set my suitcase down. In that moment, in the stillness of the house at the edge of town, on a December afternoon that already felt touched by something gentle and kind, I realized that I had done something quietly brave. I had come home. I took a slow, deep breath and let it out, feeling my whole body soften by a degree I hadn't realized was possible. There would be time to explore, to unpack, to rediscover each room and each small tradition. Time to see Mrs. Lane, to visit the town, to perhaps step into the bookstore and see if Daniel still stood behind the counter. Time to decorate, to cook, to sit in the living room bathed in the glow of Christmas lights once more. But not yet. For now, I simply stood in the entryway, feeling the gentle support of the floor beneath my feet, the warmth beginning to slowly gather in my chest, and the quiet, steady rhythm of my own breathing, in and out. Blessings don't always announce themselves with fanfare, I thought. Sometimes they arrive in the shape of a key in your hand, a familiar doorway, and the soft understanding that you are exactly where you're meant to be. And with that thought, I took my first small step further into the house, letting the door to the outside world rest, for now, peacefully closed behind me.
The first morning in the house, I woke up slowly, as if the walls themselves were gently coaxing me back from sleep. For a while, I just lay there, eyes still closed, listening to the quiet. There was a faint tick from the old clock in the hallway, a distant whoosh as the heaters sighed to life, and somewhere outside, the soft caw of a crow greeting the pale winter sun. My breathing matched the rhythm of the clock almost without effort. Inhale, exhale, tick, tock, each cycle loosening something inside my chest. The sheets felt cool against my skin, but the heavy quilt my grandmother had sewn years ago held in a gentle warmth, wrapping me in that familiar kind of comfort that doesn't ask anything of you. For a little while, I didn't think about plans or lists or what I should be doing with my day. I just existed there, in that square of quiet, letting the softness of the mattress beneath me hold my full weight, allowing my muscles to stay heavy, my fingers resting loosely against the blanket. A faint stripe of light had found its way in through the gap in the curtains, and when I finally opened my eyes, I saw dust motes drifting lazily through it like slow-moving snowflakes. They turned gently in the stillness, catching the light in a way that made them look almost like tiny floating blessings, small, ordinary, and somehow beautiful. I took a deep breath and let it out, feeling that sense of quiet gratitude that sometimes comes in the very first moments of the day, before thoughts have fully sharpened and worries have remembered your name. It took me a second to remember where I was. Not the apartment, not the city with its loud, layered sounds. I was in my grandparents' house, in my old room,
in the town where every street had once been part of my childhood map of the world. A small smile found its way to my face before I even sat up. When I did, moving slowly, my body protested just a little at being asked to leave its cocoon of warmth, but it was a gentle sort of protest, easily soothed by the promise of a quiet morning and something warm to drink. My feet touched the cool floor, and the familiar creak of the board by the bed answered with a soft groan, as if saying, "There you are." I slipped into the thick socks I'd left by the bed, feeling the soft fabric hug my toes, and reached for the old robe hanging on the hook behind the door. The cotton was worn and a little faded, but when I pulled it around me, it felt like stepping into an old memory that still fit perfectly. Downstairs, the house greeted me with the same quiet patience. The morning light was pale as it filtered in through the lace curtains, making gentle patterns on the dining table and the wooden floor. I moved through the kitchen almost by instinct, opening the same cabinet that had always held the mugs, reaching for the same drawer where the spoons had been kept since before I was born. My grandparents had been gone for a while now, but their habits lingered in the way everything had its place, as if the house remembered them and was waiting for someone to pick up where they left off. I filled the kettle and set it on the stove. As the water heated, a faint hiss and then a low, steady rumble filled the kitchen, a soft soundtrack to the morning. I leaned my hands against the edge of the counter and looked out the small window above the sink. Outside, the yard was still and lightly dusted with frost. The old pine tree in the front stood tall, its branches catching the pale light like a promise of the decorations to come. Farther down the street, a car passed slowly, its tires whispering over the cold pavement. There was no rush here, no frantic honking or crowds pressed shoulder to shoulder, just a town quietly waking up to December. When the kettle whistled, I made myself a cup of tea and wrapped both hands around the warm mug. The heat seeped into my fingers, traveling up my arms and settling somewhere around my heart. I took a slow sip and let the warmth bloom in my chest, closing my eyes for a moment to savor it. It struck me how different this felt from my rushed mornings in the city. No hasty coffee gulped on the way out the door, no frantic mental checking of calendars and notifications. Just me, the house, the steam curling softly in the air, and a day that felt spacious and kind. At some point, my gaze drifted to the old landline phone on the wall near the pantry. The sight of it made me think of Mrs. Lane. Her message had been one of the reasons I'd come back, a quiet nudge in the direction I already wanted to go. I knew her house was just a short walk down the street. It had always been reassuring to know she was there when I was a child, like an extra grandmother, always ready with stories and cookies and a gentle kind of fussing that never felt like too much. I took another sip of tea and decided today I would visit her, and maybe, just maybe, I would walk by the bookstore too. The idea made something quiet and hopeful stir inside me. I finished my tea slowly, letting the last of the warmth slide down my throat, and then went upstairs to get dressed. I chose comfortable clothes, a soft sweater in a warm, deep green, and a pair of well-worn jeans. I wrapped my red scarf carefully around my neck and slipped into my boots. pausing once to wiggle my toes and make sure they had room to move. When I was ready, I stood in the entryway of the house for a moment, with my hand resting lightly on the doorknob, breathing in and out, feeling gratitude settle over me like another layer of clothing. Then I stepped outside. The air was cool and crisp, the kind that kissed your cheeks awake without biting. I pulled the door closed behind me and listened to the soft click of the latch, then turned toward the street. The town looked different in the morning than it had the night before. Less like a memory and more like a living, breathing place. Windows glowed with warm light as people moved around inside their houses. Somewhere, a dog barked lazily. A mail truck rolled by with unhurried determination, the driver lifting a hand in a small wave as our eyes met. I smiled back, feeling the simple ease of being recognized, even if only as a familiar shape in a familiar place. Mrs. Lane's house sat just a few doors down from my grandparents', a cozy, pale blue home with white trim and a porch that seemed to have been built for sitting and watching the world drift by. Her front steps were lined with small potted evergreens, each one wrapped with a simple red ribbon, and a wreath hung on the door, adorned with pine cones and a slightly crooked bow. It was exactly the kind of decoration I would have expected from her. Modest, thoughtful, warm. As I walked up the path, the crunch of frost beneath my boots felt almost ceremonial. I paused at the door, smoothed my scarf, and knocked gently. For a moment, there was only silence. Then I heard footsteps inside, slow but steady, and the faint scrape of the chain being slid back. The door opened a few inches, then all the way, and there she was. Mary! She said my name like it was both a word and a memory. Her hair was more silver than I remembered, cut into a neat bob that framed her kind, lined face. Her eyes, though, were exactly the same, soft, bright, and a welcome that reached straight past any awkwardness. For a heartbeat, we just looked at each other, taking in the years and the sameness and the changes all at once. Then she stepped forward and pulled me into a hug that was surprisingly strong. Well, come here, child. Let me get a proper look at you. 30 looks good on you, you know that. I laughed, the sound muffled against her shoulder. When she let go, she kept her hands on my arms for a moment, as if to reassure herself I was really there. Come in, she said, stepping aside. You must be freezing. Inside, her house smelled like cinnamon and something baking. The familiar scent wrapped around me like another layer of warmth as I stepped over the threshold. The living room was much as I remembered. Soft armchairs, a crocheted blanket draped neatly over the back of the sofa, family photos lining the shelves. On the far wall, a modest artificial Christmas tree stood half-decorated, a box of ornaments open beside it on the floor. I was just taking a little break, she said, noticing my gaze. Thought I'd have a cup of tea before I tackled the rest of those. She nodded toward the kitchen. Sit down, dear. I'll put the kettle on. Unless you're tired of tea already. Never, I said, slipping out of my scarf and hanging it on the back of a chair. Her armchair welcomed me as I sat, the cushions sinking in comfortably beneath my weight. I leaned back and let my shoulders rest against the soft fabric, my fingers absently tracing the pattern on the armrest, while the faint clink of dishes and the low murmur of the kettle came from the kitchen. After a few minutes, she returned with 2 steaming mugs on a small tray, along with a plate of cookies sprinkled with powdered sugar. "Shortbread," she said, noticing my smile. "Your grandmother's recipe. She'd be glad to know someone was still eating them in this town." The mention of my grandmother brought a gentle ache, but it was softened by the warmth of remembering. "I'm glad you're still making them," I said quietly. We sat there together, the mugs warm between our hands, the tree lights casting a soft glow across the room. For a little while, we didn't talk much at all. There was something deeply restful in just sitting with someone who didn't feel the need to fill every silence. "How long are you staying?" she asked eventually, her voice gentle. "At least through Christmas, maybe a little longer. I'm taking some time." She nodded, as if that told her everything she needed to know. "Well, the town is better for having you back, even for a while. Your grandparents' house has been too quiet. It needs someone to turn the lights on again." I sipped my tea, letting her words sink in. "They always loved Christmas," she added. "I can't tell you how many years I drove by and saw your grandfather on a ladder, muttering at those old strands of lights, half of them working, half of them stubborn as mules." I laughed softly, the image coming easily to mind. He used to say that fixing the lights was his yearly test of patience, and that your hot cocoa was his reward if he passed. Her eyes crinkled at the corners. "He never failed it," she said. We fell into reminiscing then. Simple stories about winters past, about snowstorms that had closed the roads, about the year the town's Christmas tree in the square lost all its lights in a surprise wind, and how everyone had shown up with spare strands from home. As she spoke, I felt myself relaxing further, as if each memory was another gentle hand smoothing down the static in my mind. "So," she said at one point, her tone light but curious, "have you been by the bookstore yet?" The question made my heart skip just a little. "Not yet," I admitted. "I wanted to come see you first." Her smile deepened. "Well, I feel very honored," she said. "You know, of course, that it's still there. A Christmas miracle in itself these days." "I hoped it was," I said. "Daniel's running it now," she continued, as if we were simply catching up on the weather. "Took it over fully a couple of years back. He's done well with it. Has those little reading nights, story times for the kids, and some kind of book club that always seems to end with people bringing too many cookies." I could almost see it already. The narrow aisles, the wooden shelves, the little gatherings in the evenings when the sky outside had turned dark and the lights inside made the place look like a lantern. "Does he—" I began, then hesitated, feeling a little foolish for caring. "Does he still decorate it for Christmas?" "Oh, yes," she said, chuckling softly. "You can see that store from halfway down Main Street this time of year. Twinkling lights in the windows, a tree in the corner piled with wrapped mystery reeds for people to borrow. He even puts up that old wooden sign with the painted holly." Remember that one? I did. As a child, I used to trace the painted holly leaves with my fingers while I waited for my grandmother to finish chatting with the owner. It had always felt like a doorway into some secret, cozy world. "Maybe I'll walk down there later," I said, my voice softer than I expected. "You should," she replied. "He'll be glad to see you, I suspect. He asks about you from time to time, you know." Warmth rose in my cheeks at that. We let that thought rest between us like another cup on the table, not needing to be picked up right away. Instead, we talked about small things: the upcoming concert at the church, the way the town council had finally agreed to replace the worn-out lights in the square, the new bakery that had opened beside the florist. Life here moved at a pace that allowed for noticing, for knowing the name of the person who delivered your mail and the favorite cookie of the child who lived across the street. It was the kind of life that wasn't flashy, but it was rich in quiet, steady ways. After about an hour, I felt myself sinking more deeply into the chair, my body pleasantly warm and just a little heavy from the tea and cookies. The soft lights on the half-decorated tree blinked now and then, casting tiny reflections across the window glass. For a moment, I let my eyes rest there, unfocused, the world narrowing to the gentle glow and the sound of Mrs. Lane's voice moving in a soothing, familiar cadence. Eventually, I stood, reluctantly, but gently. "I should let you finish your decorating, and I want to walk around town a bit, see what's changed." She rose too, moving more slowly than she once had, but with a quiet sturdiness that made me think of the town itself.
"I'm glad you came," she said, taking my hands briefly in hers. "And you come by again soon. No need to knock so politely next time. Just come in. I'll probably have something in the oven." "I'd like that," I said, honestly. At the door, I wrapped my scarf back around my neck, feeling the soft wool brush my skin. The cold outside felt fresher after the warmth of her house, but not unwelcome. It nudged me awake in a different way, making each breath feel crisp and clean. As I stepped back onto the front walk, I turned to wave. She stood in the doorway, one hand on the frame, watching me with that mixture of fondness and gentle concern that only long-time neighbors seem to master. For a brief second, I was a little girl again, heading off to school under the winter sky. Then the moment passed, and I was 30-year-old Mary, walking toward the center of town, my boots tapping softly on the sidewalk. The way to Main Street was muscle memory. I passed houses I recognized, some with new paint, some with the same worn siding and familiar shutters. Front yards held small signs of the season: a red bow on a mailbox, a string of lights coiled carefully around a porch railing, a pair of snowmen figurines standing guard on a step. The town seemed to be quietly preparing itself, like someone getting dressed slowly for a special occasion. When I reached Main Street, the sight of it made my breath catch for a moment. Not because it had transformed into something entirely new, but because of how much of it had stayed the same. The bakery was still there, though its sign had been updated, sleek lettering above the window where tiered trays of pastries sat in careful rows. The hardware store remained, its broad front window displaying an assortment of tools, snow shovels, and, for the season, a small train set looping endlessly around a toy village. Garlands were strung between lampposts, each adorned with a red bow and a single, simple ornament that glinted when the light hit it just right. A Christmas tree stood near the center of the square,
not yet fully dressed, but already beautiful in its simplicity. A few people walked along the sidewalks, their breaths forming little clouds as they chatted. I caught snippets of conversation. Someone asking about a choir rehearsal, another person discussing cookie recipes, someone else laughing about the town's annual tradition of caroling from door to door. It was all so ordinary and so precious. And there, halfway down the street, exactly where I knew it would be, stood the bookstore. The old wooden sign with the painted holly hung above the door, swinging gently in the light breeze. The front windows were framed by twinkling white lights, and inside them, books were arranged in small, inviting displays. Christmas stories, winter poems, cookbooks with pictures of gingerbread and steaming soups. In one corner of the window, a small tree stood decorated with paper stars and tiny gift tags that read things like, "A story for a quiet afternoon," and "A good book is a warm blanket for the mind." I felt my heart swell a little at that. For a moment, I simply stood across the street and looked, letting memories and present-day impressions layer gently together. The bookstore had always been a refuge for me, a place where time seemed to slow down to match the pace of turning pages. Now, with its soft lights and thoughtful decorations, it looked like the physical shape of what I had been longing for without fully realizing it. Warmth, welcome, quiet wonder. I crossed the street slowly, the cool air brushing my cheeks, and reached for the doorknob. The bell above the door gave a soft, familiar jingle as I stepped inside. Warmth met me immediately, along with the subtle, comforting scent of paper, ink, and a little hint of cinnamon. It felt like walking into a hug shaped like a room. The interior was just as I remembered, but with a few gentle updates. The wooden shelves still stood in their narrow aisles, housing rows and rows of spines in every color. A small reading nook had been added near the back, a pair of overstuffed chairs, a low table, a cozy lamp that cast a pool of golden light over an open book. Christmas decorations were tucked here and there, rather than overwhelming the space. A sprig of holly on the counter, a bowl of candy canes beside the register, a garland draped along the top of one shelf. "Be right with you," a voice called from the back, warm and easy. I froze for half a second, my fingers still resting lightly on the door. Then I let the door close fully behind me and stepped forward, the mudded creak of the floorboards under my boots familiar and grounding. I wandered slowly toward the nearest shelf, running my fingertips lightly along the edges of the books, feeling the slight give of the covers and the firm shapes beneath. The simple act of touching them was calming, like reminding myself that stories were solid things in a world that often felt too fluid. Behind me, I heard footsteps. "Sorry about that," the voice said, a little closer now. "I was wrangling a very opinionated box of new arrivals. Can I help you?" The sentence stopped midway, like a record catching gently on a groove. I turned, and there was Daniel. He looked older, of course. We both did. The boy who had once sat cross-legged on the rug beside me had become a man whose presence felt steady, like a well-built shelf case, solid, reliable, quietly there. His hair was still dark, though now a little shorter, with a faint hint of silver just beginning at his temples. His eyes, though, were exactly as I remembered, warm, thoughtful, and full of a kind of gentle attentiveness that made you feel as though whatever you said next would matter. "Mary?" he asked, his voice softer now, as if he were almost afraid saying my name too loudly would make me disappear. I smiled, feeling something inside me settle into place, like a book returning to its rightful spot on the shelf. "Hi, Daniel," I said. "Long time." The corners of his mouth lifted into a slow, genuine smile. "Yeah," he said quietly. "It has been." For a moment, we just stood there, surrounded by shelves and soft lights and the faint scent of cinnamon, two people who had once shared winters and stories and small-town Christmases, now meeting again in the place that had always felt like the heart of it all. The moment didn't feel dramatic or overwhelming. It felt right, like another quiet blessing unfolding gently and in its own time. I let my shoulders relax, my breath moving in and out with an easy rhythm, and felt a quiet gratitude settle over me for this simple scene, an old friend, a beloved bookstore, and the soft awareness that coming home meant not just returning to a place, but reconnecting with the people and stories that had shaped me. Outside, the town moved at its calm December pace. Inside, under the glow of the bookstore lights, a new chapter of this Christmas was just beginning, as softly and naturally as a page turning under a gentle hand. And in that peaceful, book-scented air, with my heart steady and my body relaxed, I found myself silently thankful for the small-town miracles that arrive not with fanfare, but with the simple sound of a bell over a door and an old friend saying your name.
For a moment, after we said our first quiet hellos, the bookstore seemed to hold its breath with us. The hum of the heater, the faint rustle of a page turning somewhere near the back, even the soft ticking of the old clock above the counter. All of it faded into the background, leaving just the gentle awareness that we were here again, in this place that had watched us grow up. I felt my shoulders soften, as if the room itself was gently encouraging me to relax, to let go of the years I had spent rushing from one thing to another. "Wow," Daniel said, at last, his smile settling into something warm and steady. "I almost didn't believe Mrs. Lane when she said you might be coming back for Christmas." "You talked to Mrs. Lane about me?" I asked, half teasing, half curious. He gave a small, sheepish shrug, leaning one hand against the side of a nearby shelf. "In a town this size, you know how it goes. News travels faster than the snowplow." I laughed softly, the sound fitting into the space like it had always belonged there. "Well, she was right. I'm here, at least through Christmas." He nodded slowly, as if tucking that information away somewhere important. "I'm glad," he said simply. "The town always feels a little more like Christmas when old faces come back." The way he said old faces made it clear it wasn't about age, but about shared history. It felt like a small blessing spoken aloud. "Wow, listen to us," he added lightly after a beat, his eyes crinkling. "I sound like the guy who's never left," which, to be fair, is not entirely wrong.
You always liked it here, I reminded him, even when I was staring at maps and planning my great escape. He tilted his head, considering that. I guess I did, though calling it never leaving sounds a lot less poetic than sticking around to look after the stories. I smiled at that. Looking after the stories, I repeated. I like that. He glanced around the shop in a quiet, almost affectionate way. Someone has to, he said. The books don't shelve themselves, and the town gets attached to things, you know? This place is part of its memory. There was something deeply comforting about the idea that he had stayed and tended this little corner of the world while everything in mine had been constantly shifting. How long have you been running it on your own now? I asked. 3 years, he said. Officially, anyway. Unofficially, I think I started the day old Mr. Harper trusted me with the Christmas display when we were about 12. My mind flashed back to that winter. Boxes of ornaments and strings of lights piled around us, our fingers sticky from candy canes as we tried to arrange the display just right. It hadn't been perfect, but I remember the way people had stopped to smile as they walked past the window, and how proud we'd felt. You put the penguin ornament right on top of the classic literature shelf. Mr. Harper pretended to be scandalized for a week. And you insisted we put fairy lights in the mystery section because mysteries glow from the inside, he added, chuckling. Heat rose in my cheeks, but it was a pleasant kind of embarrassment, the kind that comes from being known. I was very profound, for a 10-year-old. You were, he replied softly. Still are, from what I hear. The compliment landed gently, like a snowflake on skin. Not heavy, not demanding, just quietly kind. So, he said after a moment, shifting slightly as if to give me space to breathe. What can I get you today? Looking for something in particular, or just looking? The obvious answer, just looking, hovered on my tongue, but something in the way he asked made me pause. I think, I said slowly, letting my gaze drift over the rows of spines, I'm looking for something that feels the right kind of quiet, if that makes any sense at all. He didn't laugh. Instead, he nodded with that same thoughtful, familiar patience. It makes perfect sense, he said. Give me a second. He moved away with an easy, unhurried stride, weaving between shelves like someone who knew the path by heart. As he walked, I let myself sink more fully into the moment. I became aware of how my feet felt solid and supported on the wooden floor, how my breath moved in and out without effort, and how the soft warmth of the room seemed to be gently easing the last bits of travel tension from my neck and shoulders. The faint murmur of another customer's voice drifted from somewhere near the back, mingling with the low, soothing sound of pages being turned. All of it created a kind of background lullaby, not the kind you fall asleep to in an instant, but the kind that lets your mind slowly, gradually quiet its chatter. Here, Daniel said gently, returning with a small stack of books balanced easily in his hands. He set them on a nearby table and turned them one by one so I could see the covers. Winter essays, he said, tapping the first. A little reflective, a little cozy, good for reading with a blanket and something warm in a mug. Always a plus, I said. This one's about small towns, he continued, indicating the next book. Not this one, obviously, but it has that feeling. The pace, the little rituals, the way people weave in and out of each other's days. And this, he added, touching the last book with a kind of gentle respect, is a collection of quiet, hopeful stories. No big plot twists, just kindness. I ran my fingertips lightly along the edge of the top book, appreciating the slight texture of the paper. This is some very specific recommendation work. Has the bookstore improved your mind reading skills? He smiled. Only a little, he replied. Mostly it's just paying attention. There was a calm assurance in his voice that made me want to linger here all afternoon. I'll take this one, I said, picking up the collection of quiet, hopeful stories. The cover showed a simple illustration of a house with one window glowing softly in the snow.
It felt familiar. Good choice, he said. It's the kind of book that doesn't rush you. You can put it down and pick it up whenever you like, and it'll be right there, waiting where you left it. Perfect, I said. That sounds exactly like what I need. As he carried it to the counter, I followed, my steps unhurried. By the register, a small plate of ginger cookies sat between a stack of bookmarks and a little handwritten sign that said, "For customers, take one, and may your chapter be sweet." I smiled at the sign. "This is new," I said, nodding toward it. "Yeah," he replied. "Started it last year. People kept coming in a little frazzled, especially around the holidays. Thought a small sugar boost and a kind word couldn't hurt." He slid the book into a simple paper bag and paused, then reached for a pen from a cup near the register. "Mind if I—" he asked, holding the pen above the top edge of the bag. "Go ahead," I said, curious. In neat, looping letters, he wrote, "For Mary, may this December be gentler than you expected." The words made my throat tighten in that way it does when emotion arrives quietly, without warning. "Thank you," I said softly. "You're welcome," he replied, meeting my eyes for a moment. "And that's not just about the book, you know." I nodded, absorbing it slowly, like warmth from a cup cradled in both hands. "So," he said, shifting the tone slightly to something lighter, "since you're here, you should know we're doing our little holiday reading night again this year. Remember those? The ones where everyone brought cookies and tried to outdo each other with the most sentimental Christmas story?" I asked. He laughed. "Those are the ones," he said. "Some things never change. It's this Friday evening. People just show up, grab a chair, read something if they want, or just listen. No pressure." The picture formed easily in my mind. The store after dark, chairs pulled into a loose circle, the glow of lamps making the windows look like warm squares of light against the night. The thought brought with it a kind of soft anticipation. "I'd like that," I said. "To come, I mean. To listen." "And maybe read?" he asked, one eyebrow lifting just slightly. "Let's start with listening," I replied, amused. "We'll see how brave I'm feeling after that." "Fair enough," he said. "Either way, you'll have a chair. I'll save you one near the front. Not too close, though. You always hated feeling like you were being watched." It was such a small detail, but the fact that he remembered it made my chest feel pleasantly heavy. "Well, as long as it's not the squeaky chair, please tell me that thing retired." He grinned. "Afraid not," he said. "It's back there in the reading nook, living its best life, but I can spare you that particular adventure." We both laughed then, not loudly, but warmly.
The sound seemed to blend with the soft rustle of pages and the distant jingle of the bell as another customer came in, creating a gentle harmony that made the whole space feel even more alive. For a while after, we simply talked. Not about big, heavy things. Not yet. We talked about the town's winter festival and how the planning committee had finally agreed to switch out the oldest string of lights in the square. We talked about the new bakery and their habit of sending over extra loaves near closing time because books and bread are cousins somehow, as the owner put it. We talked about small changes to the shop, a new children's section with a low shelf and beanbags, a rotating display of poetry near the door, a bulletin board where people could pin little handwritten notes about the books they loved. As he described it all, I could feel the shape of his days here. Steady, meaningful, woven into the rhythms of the town. There was something deeply peaceful in hearing about a life that had grown not in grand leaps, but in small, thoughtful additions. At one point, another customer approached the counter with a stack of books, and I stepped back a little, letting Daniel ring them up. The woman, someone about my mother's age, with kind eyes and a wool hat pulled snug over her ears, looked over at me with a curious tilt of her head. "Haven't seen you around before, just visiting," she said pleasantly. "Back for Christmas. I grew up here, but it's been a while." Her face brightened. "Well, welcome home," she said. "Town always feels a little more complete when people come back for the holidays." The phrase echoed what Daniel had said earlier, and something about hearing it from two different people in one morning made it feel less like a polite sentiment and more like a truth the town lived by. After she left, the bell chiming softly as the door closed, I realized that my body felt different than it usually did by late morning. Lighter, somehow. My jaw wasn't tight, my shoulders weren't hovering near my ears. There was no familiar buzz of anxiety just beneath the surface. Instead, there was a gentle steadiness, like quiet water in a clear winter pond. "I should probably let you get back to your opinionated boxes," I said, holding up the bag with my book. "But I'm really glad I came." "Me too. And hey, stop in any time. You don't have to buy something every time you walk through the door." "Dangerous offer," I replied. "I might take you up on that a lot." "That's kind of the point," he said, with an easy shrug. "Bookstores are meant to linger in." He walked me to the door, not out of formality, but in that casual, familiar way of someone who had long practiced the art of seeing people in and out. As I reached for the handle, he added, "Mary." I turned back.
"Yeah? It's good you're here," he said quietly. "Not just for Christmas, just for you." The words landed softly, like a gentle hand on my shoulder. "Thank you," I said, my voice just above a whisper. "That means a lot." Then I stepped out into the cool air, the bell chiming softly above the door as it closed behind me. The sky had shifted toward late afternoon now, the light thinning into that particular winter softness that makes everything look like it's been dusted with calm. Main Street moved at its easy pace, people chatting, cars rolling by without hurry, the tree in the square standing patiently as if waiting for its final touches. I started to walk back toward the house, each step unhurried. The paper bag crinkled softly against my side with every movement, the weight of the book inside a pleasant reminder of the gentle stories that waited for me. As I walked, I noticed again how my breath moved in and out, slow and even. The air was cool against my face, but my scarf held a band of soft warmth around my neck. My boots met the sidewalk with a steady rhythm, tap, 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 like a quiet metronome guiding me through the afternoon. Passing by the square, I paused to look at the big town tree.
A few volunteers were still at work, looping strands of lights carefully through the branches. They moved slowly, chatting in that easy, half-distracted way of people doing something familiar together. One of them, a man I vaguely recognized from years ago, glanced over and nodded in greeting. "Evening," he called. "Back visiting?" "Back for Christmas," I replied. "Good time to come home. Extra lights this year. Town could use the glow." I nodded, feeling that simple sentence settle somewhere deep. Town could use the glow. Maybe I could too. By the time I reached my grandparents' house, the sky had begun to drift toward dusk. The porch and windows were still plain, no wreaths or lights yet. The house looked patient, though, as if it knew its time to shine was coming. Inside, the air greeted me with a familiar coolness. I slipped off my boots and set the book carefully on the small table by the front door, then took a moment to simply stand there, noticing how the quiet of the house felt different now that I had spent a few hours out in the world. It didn't feel empty. It felt expectant. In the kitchen, I filled the kettle again, listening to the growing hiss as it heated. My movements were unhurried, each small action, taking down a mug, opening the tin of tea, watching the steam rise, somehow grounding. When the tea was ready, I carried it into the living room and curled up on the old sofa, tucking my legs beneath me. The fabric was a little scratchy, but familiar, and the cushion dipped in just the right places to cradle my body comfortably. I opened the book Daniel had chosen for me and let my eyes move slowly over the first page. The story was as gentle as he'd promised. No sudden drama, no sharp edges, just reflections on winter days, small kindnesses, and the beauty of noticing little things. After a few pages, I realized that my breathing had naturally fallen into a deeper, more easy rhythm. Inhale, exhale. My fingers relaxed around the mug, palms warmed by the ceramic. My shoulders rested fully against the back of the couch, held without any need to brace. The quiet around me felt like a soft blanket, not an emptiness to be filled. As the light outside dimmed, the room slowly shifted into a cradle of shadows and soft shapes. I turned on a small lamp beside the sofa, its glow pooling gently over the pages. The rest of the house stayed dim, but not dark, just resting. At some point, I closed the book on my lap and let my gaze drift to the window.
Outside, the first of the town's streetlights had come on, casting a faint, golden shimmer over the quiet street. I could see my breath reflected in the glass as I exhaled slowly. It struck me then, in that simple, still moment, how many quiet blessings this day had held. A neighbor's hug, a shared pot of tea, a familiar bell over a doorway, an old friend's gentle smile, the promise of a chair saved at a reading night. None of it loud, none of it grand, but all of it real. I rested my head against the back of the couch and let my eyes close, just for a minute. My body felt comfortably heavy, held by the cushion beneath me. The soft hum of the heater and the faint tick of the hallway clock blended into a soothing backdrop. As I hovered in that quiet place between waking and drifting, one thought rose gently to the surface.
Coming home isn't just about walking back through a familiar door, I realized. It's about these small, gentle reconnections, the steady presence of someone who remembers your favorite chair, the town tree waiting for its lights, the way your own footsteps sound different on streets that once knew you well. And as my breathing slowed even further, deep and even, I felt a quiet gratitude settle in my chest, as soft and steady as the glow beginning to bloom in the town outside. Tomorrow would bring new small tasks and tender rituals, perhaps a visit to the square, perhaps the first box of Christmas decorations brought down from the attic. But for now, in this calm December evening, it was enough simply to be here, held by the house, by the town, by the gentle weight of a good day, and wrapped, most of all, in the quiet blessing of knowing I didn't have to rush anymore. Not tonight. Not here. Not in this gentle, waiting December.
The next few days moved with a kind of gentle rhythm, like a familiar song played a little more slowly so you could hear every note. Mornings began with the same soft sounds, the sigh of the heater stirring awake, the steady tick of the hallway clock, the faint rustle of branches outside my bedroom window. Each time I opened my eyes, there was a brief, quiet moment where I simply listened and let my body remember that there was no need to hurry here. No trains to catch, no crowded commute, no frantic checking of messages before my feet even touched the floor. In their place were different kind of obligations, gentler ones, a kettle to fill, a neighbor to visit, a town to wander through as it softly transformed itself for Christmas. As the week inched closer to Friday, I began to notice how the whole town seemed to be getting ready for the holiday reading night at the bookstore, even if no one said so directly. It was there in the way people lingered just a little longer outside the shop windows, reading the signs Daniel had put up about the event. It was in the way conversations drifted toward favorite stories and well-worn books, memories of winters past when a whole room full of people had leaned forward at once to hear the end of a cherished tale. One afternoon, I found myself back on Main Street, the air cool and bright, my breath puffing into small clouds that disappeared almost as soon as they formed. I tucked my hands into my coat pockets and let my steps fall naturally into a slow, unhurried pace. The decorations had multiplied since my last walk. Garlands now framed nearly every shop window, and more lights had appeared along the eaves and lampposts, small points of warm glow that seemed to promise that the evenings ahead would be anything but bleak. The bakery had arranged a display of gingerbread houses in its front window, each one dusted with sugar like fresh snow. Beside them, a small handwritten sign read, "Holiday Reading Night Special, Storytime Scones and Book Lovers Cocoa." I smiled, imagining the warm smell of spices and chocolate drifting down the street on Friday evening, curling into the bookstore every time someone opened the door. Across from the bakery, the florist had filled metal buckets with winter greenery, sprigs of pine, eucalyptus, and holly, so that even the air outside the shop carried a faint scent of forest and cold earth. A chalkboard easel out front read,
Need something festive for your reading corner? Ask about our Book Nook bundles. It seemed that everyone in town, in their own small way, was weaving themselves into the same gentle event. When I reached the bookstore, the window looked even cozier than before. Twinkling lights framed a new display, a scattering of books arranged around a small wooden sign painted with the words, "Holiday Reading Night, Stories to Warm a Winter Evening." Paper snowflakes hung from thin strings above the books, turning slightly in the faint currents of warm air from inside. In the corner, the little tree I'd seen before now boasted more paper stars and tags, each one with a handwritten note, tiny invitations like, "Take a story home," and "Let a chapter keep you company tonight." I could see shapes moving through the glass. Daniel shelving books, someone rearranging a stack near the counter. For a moment, I stood on the sidewalk and just watched, letting the soft, familiar glow settle over me like a shawl. Then, with a gentle exhale, I opened the door. The bell chimed its quiet greeting as I stepped inside, and the warmth of the store wrapped around me, soothing and immediate. "Hey, look who's back," Daniel said from behind a short stack of books, his voice light and easy. He emerged a moment later, a bit of dust on one sleeve and a pencil tucked behind his ear. "Hi," I said, closing the door softly behind me. "I see preparations are in full swing." "You noticed our controlled chaos," he replied, smiling. "We're getting there, slowly, comfortably. No one's allowed to stress in this building. It's a rule." "That might be the best rule I've ever heard," I said. He gestured around the store with an easy sweep of his hand. "Chairs are coming later this afternoon," he said. "We borrow some from the church and the community hall. I like to think of it as the town lending us its ears for the night."
The image made my chest feel warm. "Do you always get a big crowd?" I asked. "Big by our standards," he said. "Enough that the room feels full, but not so many that anyone feels lost. People come and go between here and the bakery. Kids curl up on the rug with their hot chocolate. Someone invariably brings fudge and insists everyone take some home." He paused, then added, "It's not fancy, just nice." Nice sounded perfect. "Need any help?" I asked, glancing around. "I'm a reasonably competent book mover." He pretended to consider this with great seriousness. He said. "Can you carry a stack without stopping to read the first page of every book?" "In that case, no promises," I replied. He laughed. "Come on," he said. "You can help me with the sign for the door. That way, if the wording is overly poetic, I'll know who to blame." On the counter lay a piece of thick, cream-colored cardstock and a set of colored pens. At the top, in Daniel's tidy writing, he had already printed, "Holiday Reading Night, Friday, 7 p.m. Underneath, the space was blank. I was trying to come up with something that didn't sound like I stole it from a greeting card. So far, I've got nothing. I leaned my elbows lightly on the counter and thought for a moment. "What about," I began slowly, "something like, bring a favorite story, or just bring yourself. The words will do the rest." He looked at me, then down at the blank space, then back at me again. "That's perfect," he said. "Mind if I use it?" "Please do," I said. "I don't think I have any upcoming bookstore reading nights of my own to advertise." He picked up a pen and wrote the words carefully beneath the heading, pausing now and then as if to make sure he didn't rush the letters. When he finished, he held the sign at arm's length, tilting his head. "It suits the store. Gentle and inviting. Kind of like..." He stopped there,
but I had a feeling I knew how he would have finished the sentence. Kind of like the town. Kind of like this December. Speaking of bringing stories, I said, tracing a finger lightly along the edge of the counter, do you have a lot of people who actually read? Or is it more of a, I thought about it and then chickened out situation? A bit of both, he admitted. Some people come ready with pages marked and voice warmed up. Others decide at the last minute, and some never read at all. They just close their eyes and listen. All of it is fine. There was no expectation in his tone, and that in itself was calming. Are you reading? He said, probably something short. I usually open with a piece that feels like a welcome mat, nothing too showy, just enough to help everyone settle in. He glanced at me, his expression softening, and before you ask, no one is obliged to read, not even people who helped write the sign. I smiled, feeling oddly reassured. Maybe I'll bring my book anyway, just in case. That's the spirit, he replied. Half the magic of these nights is in the just in case. As the afternoon stretched on, more signs of preparation appeared. 2 teenagers arrived from the church, red-cheeked and laughing, carrying folded chairs in careful stacks. They set them up in a loose semicircle facing the front of the store, leaving generous space between each one, as if the chairs themselves were reminders that people needed room to breathe. Near the back, the reading nook grew cozier by the minute. Somebody, probably Daniel, had draped a knit throw over the arm of each chair and placed a small basket of extra blankets nearby. A little handwritten note was tucked into the basket for cold toes and chilly shoulders. I think you're preparing for an actual blizzard, not a reading night, I said softly as I watched. You'd be surprised how many people discover they're freezing halfway through a chapter. Comfort is non-negotiable. When the teenagers finished, they waved goodbye and trotted back out into the cold, the bell above the door chiming once, then again. The room, now dotted with empty chairs and soft corners, felt like it was exhaling, less like a shop, more like a living room big enough for a town. Are you ready? I asked quietly. More or less, he said. There will always be some last-minute details. That's half the charm. Mrs. Lane will probably arrive early with something baked, and the kids will rearrange the candy cane bowl 3 times before we start, and someone will forget their glasses and end up reading from memory. It happens every year. He said it with such affection that I could almost see the scene already. I'll come early too, if you want help greeting people, or just moving the candy canes around. His smile deepened. I'd like that, he said. Having you here feels right. The words drifted over me like a soft blanket. After a while, I left the store so he could tend to the last quiet tasks of the afternoon. The sky outside had turned a pale pearly gray, the kind that hints at snow without making any promises. I walked down Main Street towards the square, each breath a cool, steady rhythm in my chest. At the town tree, the volunteers had finished their work. Lights spiraled up from the base to the topmost branches, still unlit in the daytime, like secrets waiting for the right moment to be told. Ornament boxes sat emptied on a nearby bench, and a ladder leaned against a lamppost, resting from its own small role in the preparations.
A few people stood around the tree, talking quietly about the upcoming lighting ceremony, their voices carrying softly on the chill air. Just beyond them, the church bulletin board held a new paper. Join us after holiday reading night for carols in the square. Bring a voice or just bring your heart. The phrasing made me smile. Bring a story or just yourself. Bring a voice or just your heart. The town seemed to keep making room for people in whatever way they could show up. By the time Friday arrived, The air had that particular feeling it sometimes gets on winter days, crisp and still, with a quiet promise woven into it. I spent most of the day moving slowly through simple tasks at the house, washing a few dishes left by the sink, folding a blanket at the foot of the couch, opening a box of decorations just far enough to see the first glint of tinsel and the familiar shape of a worn angel ornament. Each small act helped anchor me in the present, like tying gentle knots in a ribbon so it wouldn't slip away too quickly. By late afternoon, a soft drowsiness settled over me. I lay down on the bed for a little while, resting one hand over my middle and feeling the rise and fall of my breathing under my palm. Inhale, slow and easy. Exhale, just as slow. The weight of the quilt over me, the faint hum of the heater, and the distant sound of a car passing by lulled my thoughts into a gentler pace. I didn't sleep so much as drift, hovering in that peaceful place where time softens and the mind loosens its grip. When I finally sat up again, the sky outside the window had deepened toward evening. It was almost time. Getting ready for the reading night felt less like preparing for an event and more like easing into something familiar and kind. I pulled on a soft sweater, the same deep green one I'd worn to see Mrs. Lane, and wrapped my red scarf around my neck, feeling the gentle pressure of the fabric like a comforting hand. As I laced up my boots by the front door, I felt no rush in my body, only a quiet sense of anticipation. I slipped the book Daniel had chosen for me into my bag, its presence a soft, reassuring weight against my side, just in case. Stepping outside, I was met with the cool evening air and the first faint glimmers of lights warming to life along the street. House windows glowed softly, porch decorations shone with a gentle steadiness. Main Street, as I approached, looked like something from a memory. Golden pools of light under each lamppost, the bakery's windows fogged with warmth, the silhouettes of people moving slowly inside the shops. From the direction of the square, I could hear someone humming a carol under their breath as they walked, the melody rising and falling in a quiet, soothing line. When the bookstore came into view, its windows were brighter than any others on the street. Inside, I could see chairs already filling with people, the soft shapes of coats draped over backs, the movement of hands cradling mugs. Light spilled from the doorway in a gentle, inviting stripe across the sidewalk. I paused for a moment just outside, taking one more slow breath. As the air moved in and out of my lungs, I felt my body relax a little more, as if it understood that this was a place not for rushing or proving anything. This was a place for listening, for being. The bell above the door chimed as I stepped inside, and a wave of warmth greeted me, both from the heater and from the soft murmur of conversation that filled the space. The chairs were arranged in a gentle curve, facing a small open area near the front, where a small stool and a music stand had been placed as a simple stage. The lights weren't bright, just enough to see by. Lamps casting cozy pools of glow, strings of fairy lights outlining the shelves like quiet constellations. The room smelled faintly of cinnamon, pine, and the unmistakable scent of cocoa, rich and sweet. Near the counter, a small table held a row of paper cups, a large insulated carafe, and 2 platters of cookies, one clearly from the bakery, polished and precise, and one clearly from someone's home, uneven and a little crooked, but dusted with sugar in generous snowdrifts. "Mary!" Mrs. Lane's voice called from one of the chairs near the middle. She waved me over with a smile, a cozy shawl wrapped around her shoulders. "I saved you a seat." The chair next to her had a folded blanket draped neatly over the back. "Of course you did," I said gently as I reached her. "You think of everything." "Not everything," she said, patting my hand as I sat. "Just the important things. Warm laps, warm shoulders, warm hearts." I settled into the chair, the cushions soft beneath me, the blanket's edge brushing my arm like a quiet invitation. All around us, people were still arriving, the bell tinkling every few minutes as the door opened and closed. Voices overlapped and mingled, but never rose too loud, more of a low, pleasant hum than a crowd. I noticed that many of the chairs were occupied by people of all ages. There were older couples sitting close together, a few parents with children tucked against their sides, some teenagers leaning back with that particular kind of cautious nonchalance that hides quiet enthusiasm. And then there were others like me, faces I recognized from childhood, now reshaped by time, but still familiar in the angle of a smile or the turn of a head. Toward the front, Daniel moved easily among them, adjusting a chair here, handing a cup of cocoa there, answering small questions with an unhurried patience. He wore a simple, dark sweater and the same comfortable air he always seemed to carry in this space. Every so often, he glanced around the room as if he were checking not that everything was perfect, but that everyone was at ease. When he caught my eye, he gave a small nod, more of a shared understanding than a greeting. The town was ready. The chairs were filled. The lights were soft. All that remained was to listen. As the evening settled gently over the bookstore, I felt myself settling too, breath slow, muscles heavy in the most comfortable way, thoughts soft around the edges. Whatever stories were about to be shared, they would float in this calm, familiar air, landing wherever they were needed most, on someone's tired heart, on someone's hopeful mind, on someone's quiet December evening. And here I was, in the middle of it all, not rushing, not performing, just sitting in a chair someone had saved for me, in a room that felt like a held breath before a gentle song. The town had prepared itself to listen, and my heart, without my even trying, had quietly prepared itself too.
By the time the last story of the evening drifted gently to a close, the room felt wrapped in a kind of shared stillness. It wasn't the silence of emptiness. It was the soft quiet that settles over a space after people have opened their hearts a little, after laughter and memory and a few tender words have passed gently from person to person. Chairs creaked softly as people shifted, stretching legs that had grown comfortably heavy. A few low murmurs rose here and there, simple things like, "That was lovely," and "I'd forgotten how much I liked that story." No one rushed to leave. Instead, there was a kind of unhurried lingering, the way you stay seated on a sofa for a while after a good conversation, not quite ready to break the spell. I sat for a moment longer in my chair beside Mrs. Lane, feeling the weight of the blanket over my lap and the soft support of the cushion beneath me. My body felt loose and relaxed, as if every muscle had quietly lowered its guard. I could feel the gentle heaviness of my limbs, the pleasant warmth in my chest from the cocoa, and the slow, easy rise and fall of my breathing. Inhale, exhale. There was nothing to solve, nothing to analyze, just the simple afterglow of a kind evening. "You look peaceful," Mrs. Lane murmured, her voice as soft as the shadows gathering at the edges of the room. "I feel peaceful," I admitted. I didn't realize how much I missed just sitting and listening. She nodded, her eyes warm. "Sometimes it's a blessing to let other people carry the words for a while," she said. I thought about the stories we'd heard. Memories of childhood winters, a funny tale about a mischievous cat knocking ornaments from a tree, a simple reflection on the blessing of having a warm place to sleep when the snow falls outside. None of them loud, none of them dramatic, just small windows into other lives, offered like candles to gently brighten the room. "Are you heading straight home?" she asked after a moment. "I think I'll walk a little. Let the night air clear my thoughts before I go back to the house." She patted my hand. "Good," she said. "Let the evening settle in you slowly. Don't worry about anything else tonight." There was such simple wisdom in her words that my shoulders relaxed another fraction without my even trying. When I stood, the blanket slipped from my lap in a soft fall of fabric, brushing against my legs. I folded it carefully and draped it over the back of the chair, smoothing it with my hand. My body felt pleasantly heavy, as if gravity had grown just a little kinder. As people rose and drifted toward the door, Daniel moved through the room like a steady, gentle current, thanking people for coming, accepting hugs and handshakes, promising to hold a certain book for someone or to find another copy of a story that had been requested. When he reached us, his smile was quiet but undistinctly content. "Did you like it?" he asked. "I loved it," I said. "It felt soft somehow." "Soft is good. Soft is kind to the nervous system." I laughed under my breath. "Very," I agreed. "Thank you for coming," he said, his tone a little more earnest. "It meant something, seeing you there." "I'm really glad I was," I replied. It was exactly what I didn't know I needed. He glanced toward the door, where the bell chimed quietly as another group slipped out into the night. "Walking home?" he asked. "Yeah. I want to enjoy the winter air a little."
"You'll have the town almost to yourself," he said. "It's the best time to see the lights. Everything's quieter, calmer." He hesitated, then added softly, "Sleep well tonight, okay?" The simple wish wrapped around me like a second scarf. "I will," I said, You too. With that, I stepped toward the door. The bell chimed one last time as I opened it, and the cool night air drifted in to meet me, crisp and clean after the warmth of the shop. Outside, the town had shifted into that particular kind of quiet that only comes after most of the lights have been turned low. Main Street was still dressed in its garlands and wreaths, the shop windows still glowing, but the steady movement of people had slowed to a gentle trickle. A car passed now and then, gliding by with its headlights glancing softly off the snow-dusted sidewalks, but for the most part, the night belonged to the lights and the sky. I paused just outside the bookstore and pulled my scarf a little closer around my neck, letting the wool sit snug and comforting against my skin. I inhaled slowly, the cold air filling my lungs with a clarity that felt almost like a fresh sheet of paper. As I exhaled, a small cloud formed in the air before me, drifting upward and away. My boots met the sidewalk with a steady, measured rhythm as I began to walk. Tap, tap, tap. Not loud, not hurried, just enough sound to remind me I was here, moving through this gentle December night. The town tree in the square had been lit while we were inside. Now, as I approached, its branches shimmered with dozens of small, warm lights, each one a quiet point of brightness against the dark sky. The ornaments caught the glow and reflected it back in soft, blurred glints. No crowd surrounded it now, just the tree, standing tall and patient, its light spilling gently over the empty benches below. I slowed as I passed, taking a moment to simply stand and look. The air here felt especially still, as if the tree had drawn a small circle of calm around itself. My breath seemed to match the soft flicker of the lights. Inhale, watch. Exhale, release. I thought about all the Decembers this town had seen. Years when the snow came early and heavy, years when it arrived late and tentative, years when families were close, and years when someone sat alone on a bench beneath this very tree, perhaps missing someone far away or quietly grateful for a quiet moment to themselves. Tonight, I felt more gratitude than anything else. Gratitude for the tree, for the lights, for the way the town had a way of gathering around itself in small, tender rituals. Gratitude for the simple blessing of having a place to walk back to and a bed waiting in a house that now felt a little less like it belonged to the past and a little more like it belonged to this very moment. I closed my eyes for a heartbeat, letting the glow paint soft shapes behind my eyelids. In that darkness, I noticed how relaxed my forehead felt, how my jaw rested without clenching, and how the muscles at the back of my neck seemed to be slowly unwinding. It was as if this town, with its lights and its gentle traditions, was quietly teaching my body how to rest again. When I opened my eyes, I felt a small, contented sigh slip from my lips without any effort. I gave the tree a last fond look, then turned toward home. The walk back to my grandparents' house took me along quieter streets where porch lights glowed like friendly watchmen and curtains framed warm, lived-in rooms. Here and there, I could see silhouettes moving inside, someone rinsing dishes at a sink, someone leaning close to a lamp to read, someone adjusting a blanket over a sleeping child on a couch. A dog barked once and then went quiet, as if reminded that it too was meant to rest now. My footsteps sounded more distinct on these smaller streets, the faint crunch of frost under my boots, the soft rustle of my coat when my arms swung. Each little sound seemed amplified by the stillness. But it wasn't an empty stillness. It was the fullness of a town that had gotten quiet on purpose to make room for sleep. As I walked, the air settled more easily into my lungs. I found myself breathing in just a bit deeper and letting each breath go completely, feeling my ribcage gently expand and release under my coat. Inhale through my nose, the cold air tingling slightly at the back of my throat. Exhale through my mouth, the warmth from inside me unfurling in a soft cloud. My thoughts slowed to match the rhythm. The whirl of busyness that so often filled my mind in the city felt far away, like a radio turned down to a faint murmur in another room. Instead, I thought about the voices from earlier in the evening, the gentle cadences of people reading stories they loved, the small tremors of emotion when someone reached a part that mattered to them. I thought about the shared laughter when a line landed just right, and the shared silence when a sentence settled like a feather over the room. There was such beauty in that kind of quiet togetherness. No one was trying to impress anyone. No one had turned the evening into a performance. We had simply gathered, breathed the same warm air, and let words pass among us like a plate of something homemade. It felt, in its own way, like a blessing of listening, of being reminded that stories don't have to be grand to be meaningful. They just have to be honest and offered with care. By the time I turned onto my street, my eyelids felt a little heavier in the most comfortable way.
Not the dragging heaviness of exhaustion, but the soft weight of a body that knows rest is coming and trusts that it will be good. The house came into view, a quiet shape against the sky, porch light glowing gently. It looked less like a museum of old memories and more like a living place now, as if it had slowly exhaled since I'd arrived. At the foot of the walkway, I paused again and took one last look at the night. Above, the sky stretched wide and deep. A few stars had pushed through the thin veil of cloud, twinkling faintly, small points of distant light that made the darkness feel less like an emptiness and more like a soft blanket spread over the world. I felt in that moment very small and very safe all at once. I stepped up the walkway, the gravel crunching quietly beneath my boots. The key turned easily in the lock, and when I pushed the door open, the familiar scent of the house greeted me, a faint mix of old wood, linens, and the tea I'd made before I left. I closed the door gently behind me, the soft click almost like the punctuation at the end of a calm sentence. Inside, the quiet was warm, not heavy, just welcoming. I slipped off my boots and set them neatly by the door, then unwound my scarf and hung it from its hook, watching as it settled with a small, contented slump. In the kitchen, I moved on instinct, turning on the small light above the stove and filling the kettle halfway. I didn't want a strong drink now, nothing that would wake me up. Just a little warm water with a slice of lemon, something gentle to hold between my hands. While the kettle began its soft hiss, I leaned against the counter, feeling the solid support beneath my palms. My shoulders dropped another notch. I rolled my neck slowly from side to side, and the movement felt smooth and unforced, as if some quiet knot inside me had already started to dissolve. When the water was ready, I poured it into a mug and watched the faint steam curl upward. Holding the cup carefully, I carried it into the living room and set it on the low table by the couch. I decided to leave the main light off, turning on only the small lamp in the corner. Its glow spread gently across the room, leaving the edges softened in shadow. It felt like the right kind of half-light for the end of a long, kind day. I sat down on the couch and let my body sink into the familiar dip in the cushions. Then, slowly, I leaned back until my shoulders and head were fully supported. The couch held my weight without question, as if it had been waiting years to do just that again. I picked up the mug and cradled it between my hands. The warmth seeped into my fingers, then my wrists, then up into my forearms. I took a small sip, feeling the mild, clean taste of lemon move across my tongue and down into my chest. There it settled like a little pool of comfort. For a few minutes, I didn't do anything but breathe. Inhale, exhale. My mind wandered lazily back through the evening, replaying small moments the way you might look again at a string of warm lights after you've turned them on. Mrs. Lane's soft laugh, a child giggling quietly at the mention of a clumsy reindeer, the way Daniel's voice had softened on a particular line about coming home and letting yourself be held by familiar places, the way everyone had seemed to breathe out at once when the last story ended, as if they were all gently laying something down. Home, I thought. What a blessing to have somewhere that feels like that word.
Not perfect, not unchanged, but steady, welcoming, forgiving even. I set the mug back on the table, more than half full, but that felt right. There was no need to finish every drop, no need to complete anything tonight. Tonight was about letting go. I rose slowly and made my way to the stairs, turning off the small kitchen light as I passed. The house shifted gently around me, creaking in familiar places, settling into its own kind of rest. Upstairs, my bedroom was dim and softly inviting. The quilt lay smooth and waiting on the bed, the pillows plumped in simple, quiet welcome. I changed into comfortable sleep clothes, a worn t-shirt and soft flannel pants, each movement slow and unhurried. As I brushed my teeth and washed my face, the warm water and simple motions felt like a small ritual of care, signaling to my body that it was safe now to drift. No more decisions tonight. No more effort. When I finally slipped under the quilt, the coolness of the sheets met my skin for just a moment before yielding to my warmth. I rolled onto my back and let my arms rest loosely at my sides, feeling the mattress beneath me, solid and supportive. The room was quiet, but not perfectly silent. I could hear the faint, distant hum of the heater, the gentle ticking of the hallway clock, and if I listened very closely, the slightest whisper of the wind outside brushing past the eaves. I focused on the feel of the pillow beneath my head, soft but steady. The way the quilt lay with a gentle, even weight across my body, from my shoulders down to my toes. I let my attention drift slowly downward, first noticing how my face felt, how my forehead was smooth, how my eyes rested easily in their sockets, how my jaw was loose and relaxed. Then my neck and shoulders sinking more fully into the bed with each soft exhale. Down through my arms to my hands, fingers loosened, palms open and at ease. My chest rose and fell in an easy, natural rhythm. No strain, no effort, just breath moving gently in and gently out. My stomach and back felt supported, the mattress meeting every curve. My legs lay comfortably heavy, the flannel warm and soft against my skin. My feet, which had carried me through the town and back, now rested, no longer needed to move anywhere at all. Lying there, held by the bed and by the quiet, I thought again about blessings. Tonight they didn't feel like big, abstract ideas. They felt like very small, very specific things. A familiar neighbor saving a chair, a warm drink in cold hands, a town tree shining softly in an empty square, an old friend looking at you like you'd never really left, a house that creaks in the same places it always has, making you feel safe instead of lonely. And this, the simple, profound blessing of being able to end a day with a quiet heart. My thoughts grew slower, like a snow globe whose glitter was finally settling to the bottom. Images from the evening floated up one by one, each one softer than the last, until they were less like pictures and more like gentle impressions. Warm light, quiet voices, winter air, the glow of the tree, the comforting ache of contentment. As my mind drifted, my breathing grew even deeper. Inhale, exhale. The distance between my thoughts lengthened. I let them stretch, let them thin, until there was mostly just sensation. The weight of the blanket, the softness of the pillow, the steady rhythm of my own heartbeat, slow and sure. Just before sleep took me completely, one last quiet awareness rose gently in my chest like a small glowing lantern. This Christmas, I wasn't just visiting my hometown. I was learning, day by gentle day, what it meant to come home to myself. to rest where I was, to breathe where I stood, to trust that blessings could be counted not only in big moments, but in each small, calm breath between them. With that thought, I surrendered fully to the soft darkness behind my closed eyes. The night held me, the house cradled me, and my body at last allowed itself to drift, slowly, sweetly, into the deep, peaceful sleep it had been longing for.
The morning after the reading night, I woke with that particular kind of rested feeling that always surprised me a little. For a few seconds, I just lay there, eyes still closed, floating in the soft space between dreaming and waking. The room was quiet and dim, the winter light still gathering itself outside the curtains. I could hear the house in its gentle, familiar chorus, the slight tick of the hallway clock, the faint hum of the heater, a distant creak as the wood settled in the cold. My body felt pleasantly heavy against the mattress, wrapped in the warmth of the quilt. There was no sharp jolt of anxiety pulling me upright, no mental lists rushing in to fill the space. Just calm. I let myself stay there for a few breaths, noticing how my lungs expanded and softened with each inhale and exhale. When I finally opened my eyes, the light filtering around the edges of the curtains was pale and clean, with that special kind of clarity that often comes after a cold night. Eventually, I eased myself upright, feeling the gentle pull of my muscles as they stretched awake. Downstairs, the ritual of the morning unfolded in quiet, comforting steps, bare feet on cool floorboards, the soft swoosh of the kettle being filled, the warm, familiar weight of a mug in my hands as I stood by the kitchen window, watching my breath make tiny clouds on the glass when I leaned close. As I sipped slowly, images from the night before drifted back, not in a rush, but like snowflakes, light, distinct, and unhurried. The murmur of voices in the bookstore, the glow of the lamps, the way Daniel's eyes had softened when he wished me a good night. A small warmth blossomed in my chest at that last memory, gentle and steady. I didn't push at it, didn't rush to label it. I just let it be there, like a candle quietly burning in the corner of a room. Later that morning, as I stood in the entryway lacing up my boots, I found myself reaching for my red scarf without deciding to. I wrapped it carefully around my neck, tucking the ends into my coat. On the small table by the door, the book Daniel had chosen for me lay where I'd left it, a bookmark tucked halfway through. I brushed my fingers over the cover and smiled. Then I opened the door and stepped out into the afternoon. The air was colder than the day before, but the sky was brighter. A pale blue stretched delicately over the town. A thin layer of new snow covered the street and lawns, not deep, but enough to soften every edge. The world looked freshly dusted, as if someone had gently shaken a white blanket over everything while we slept. My boots left clear, satisfying prints in the snow as I walked, each step making a soft, muted crunch that was oddly soothing.
The sound settled into a rhythm with my breathing. Step, step, step. Inhale, exhale. By the time I reached Main Street, the town had slipped into its easy daytime pace. A few people carried bags from the bakery, careful to keep them level. Others walked dogs who left their own chaotic paths across the white. The lamppost garlands seemed softer in the daytime, less sparkling, more gently cheerful. The bookstore's windows were a familiar comfort even before I reached the door. The lights inside were warm, and the displays still held their little holiday arrangements. But the sign on the door had changed since last night. Now it read, "Thank you for a beautiful reading night. Today, quiet browsing, soft music, and second cups of cocoa." The phrase made something inside me relax even more. I opened the door, and the bell chimed its gentle note as I stepped inside. The store felt different in the daytime, more like a shared secret. The chairs from the night before were still set up, but a few had been tucked off to one side, and the rest were scattered more loosely, as if the room was still deciding what shape it wanted to take. Soft instrumental music played from a speaker somewhere near the back, a quiet piano melody that seemed to breathe in time with the room. Daniel stood at the counter, his hands wrapped around a mug, a faint steam curling upward. He looked up when he heard the bell and smiled, something in his face easing even before he spoke. "Hey," he said. "Good timing. We're having a day after sort of day." "A recovery day?" I asked, closing the door behind me and brushing a faint dusting of snow from my coat. "That too, but mostly a let everything sink in slowly day." "That sounds perfect," I replied. "Want some cocoa? The bakery sent over an accidental extra pot. Apparently, they miscounted, just like they do every year after reading night." I smiled. "I'd love some," I said. He poured the drink into a mug and slid it gently across the counter toward me. The ceramic was pleasantly warm when my hands closed around it. "Thank you," I said softly. "Any lingering effects of last night? Too many stories? Nostalgia hangover?" "Actually," I said, taking a small sip and savoring the soft sweetness, "I slept better than I have in a long time."
What worked? I asked, amused. The experiment, he said lightly. Can you gather a group of people, give them cocoa and stories, and send them home more at peace than when they arrived? I'd say the experiment was a success, I replied. For a few minutes, we simply stood there. Him on one side of the counter, me on the other, both of us holding warm mugs, letting the easy quiet stretch between us. There was something very comfortable about not needing to rush into conversation. The music filled the space softly. The faint scent of books and cinnamon lingered. My breathing, already slow, seemed to fall in step with the gentle tempo of the moment. "Wanna sit for a bit?" he asked eventually. "There's something I want to show you." "Sure," I said. He came out from behind the counter and nodded toward the back of the store, near the little reading nook.
We walked there together, our steps quiet on the wooden floor. Sunlight slanted in through the high back window, landing in a soft rectangle on the rug. Dust motes floated lazily in it, turning and drifting like slow snowflakes. 2 comfortable chairs faced one another near a low table, and on the table lay a small, slightly worn notebook with a green cover. Daniel picked it up and held it for a moment, his thumb tracing the edge of the spine. "What's that?" I asked, curiously. "This," he said, "is something I started a few years ago. I call it the Blessings book." The word blessing made my heart give a softer, slower beat. "Is it yours?" I asked. "Not exactly," he said, offering it to me. "Open it." I settled into one of the chairs, feeling the cushion give welcomingly beneath me, and balanced the notebook on my knees. When I opened it, I found page after page filled with different handwritings. Some were neat and practiced, others loopy and uneven, like someone unused to writing by hand. At the top of the first page, in Daniel's familiar script, were the words, "Today I am grateful for." Beneath them, a list began. The way snow makes everything quiet, my mother's laugh, the smell of this bookstore when it rains, someone saving me a chair when I thought there wouldn't be any left, a stranger sharing the last copy of a book we both wanted, having somewhere warm to go home to tonight. I turned a few more pages. The entries continued, each one simple and specific. Sometimes just a word, sometimes a sentence that rambled a little, occasionally a tiny doodle, a star, a mug, a snowflake, a stack of books. When people come in and want to talk, sometimes I suggest they write something down. Not about what's wrong, just one small thing they're glad for, or one quiet moment they don't want to forget. My throat tightened just a little. "That's beautiful," I said. "I think so too," he replied. "It's like the town's little shared journal. No names, just blessings." I ran my fingertips lightly over the page, careful not to smudge anything. "How long have you been keeping this?" I asked. "About 3 years. Started it around Christmas, actually. People were stressed. Money worries, family stuff. You know how it is. I wanted there to be a place where, for just a moment, they could look towards something gentle." I thought about the city, about how rarely anyone paused to notice or acknowledge small kindnesses out loud. Then I thought about this town, this little shop, and this quiet notebook full of shared gratitude. "Have you written in it?" I asked him. "Sometimes," he said, "when I lock up at night, I try to add one line for each day I'm here." My eyes drifted down to an entry written in his familiar hand. A girl I used to read with as a kid, walking back through the door like no time had passed. My breath caught softly. "Is that—" I began. He gave a small, almost shy smile. "Yeah," he said, "from the day you came in last week." Warmth spread slowly through me, starting somewhere in my chest and moving outward like cocoa on a cold day. I let the feeling arrive and settle without rushing past it. "It's strange," I said quietly, looking down at the pages again. "I've spent so much time chasing big achievements, big changes, big moments, and yet the things that make me feel safe are all small." "Small doesn't mean insignificant," he said. "Sometimes it just means it's close enough to really hold." The words sank in slowly, like snow melting into the ground. "Would you like to add something?" he asked after a moment, nodding toward the notebook. My first instinct was to hesitate, but it faded quickly. I did want to, very much. "Yes," I said, "I'd like that." He handed me a pen from the low table between us. I turned to a fresh page, the paper smooth and quiet beneath my hand. For a moment, I simply breathed, the tip of the pen hovering. Then, slowly, I wrote, "Today I am grateful for coming home to find that some things and some people have been quietly waiting for me." My handwriting looked a little different than it had in high school, but seeing the words there felt strangely like meeting an old version of myself and finding we still understood each other. When I finished, I set the pen down and looked up. Daniel's gaze met mine, soft and steady. "That's a good one," he said. "It's true," I replied. His eyes held mine for a heartbeat longer than usual, and in that quiet space, so much unsaid seemed to rest comfortably between us. No rush, no urgency, just a growing warmth, like the slow kindling of a fire on a cold afternoon. After a while, he leaned back in his chair, letting his shoulders sink into the cushions. "You know," he said, looking up toward the window where the light danced on the air, "when we were kids, I always thought you'd end up somewhere far away, doing something big and important." "I thought so too," I admitted. "And?" he asked gently. "Did you?" I thought of the city, of the busy days and long nights, of the projects finished and the deadlines met, of how proud I've been sometimes, of how tired I've been most of the time. I did things, some of them I'm proud of, but lately it hasn't felt like enough. Or maybe it's felt like too much in the wrong ways. He nodded, not as someone judging, but as someone simply receiving. "And here?" he asked. "How does it feel here?" I let my eyes drift around the room, the shelves, the soft light, the notebook in my lap. "It feels like my nervous system is finally taking a deep breath," I said with a wry little smile. He laughed softly, but there was understanding in his eyes. "That sounds like something worth listening to," he said. We sat in a comfortable quiet for a while after that, each of us holding our mugs, our bodies relaxed in the chairs. At some point, I became very aware of how close his hand was to mine on the low table, only a few inches of wood and air between us. The awareness wasn't sharp or electric. It was warm, like noticing that you're both sitting under the same blanket, even if it doesn't quite touch yet. There's something really good about this, I said at last, not entirely sure what I meant until the words were out. This? He asked softly. The bookstore? The town? I met his eyes. This, I said, sitting here, with you, in the middle of the day, with nowhere we have to rush off to, and nothing we have to prove. His expression shifted into something very tender. Yeah, he said quietly, I like this too. The simplicity of it soothed something deep inside me. No declarations, no sudden sweeping gestures, just two people in soft chairs, in a warm shop, in a small town, letting their connection grow at its own gentle pace. After a while, we did stand, more from the natural flow of the day than any real need. He went to help a customer who had come in searching for a gift, and I wandered a bit among the shelves, letting my fingers trail over the spines. But even as we moved separately, there was a new kind of ease between us, a subtle, steady thread that hadn't been there before, or perhaps had been there all along and was only now beginning to glow. When I eventually made my way back to the front, ready to step out into the afternoon again, he walked me to the door. Thanks for showing me the blessings book, I said, my hand resting lightly on the edge of the counter. Thanks for writing in it. Some days it's the little lines that keep me going. I nodded, feeling a gentle echo of that sentiment in my own chest. At the door, I paused with my hand on the knob. I'll be back soon, if that's okay. It is very okay, he said, his smile soft but sure. This place feels more like itself with you in it. The words settled over me like snowfall, quiet, light, but unmistakable. I stepped outside into the crisp winter air, the bell chiming gently behind me. As I walked back toward the house, the snow under my boots, the scarf warm against my neck, and the memory of Daniel's words lingering softly in my mind, I realized that something in me had shifted, not with a jolt, but with a slow, careful turn, like a page being turned in a well-loved book, not the end of one story, just the quiet beginning of another. And in that gentle beginning, under the bright, calm winter sky, my heart felt both deeply rested and quietly awake.
The Christmas market arrived the way so many things did in this town, quietly at first, then all at once. In the days leading up to it, small hints appeared along Main Street. A wooden booth frame leaning against the side of the bakery. A stack of folded red and green awnings by the church hall. A box of twinkling lights sitting just inside the florist's door, waiting to be hung. People spoke of it in passing, the way you mention a long-loved tradition you know will happen whether you prepare for it or not. See you at the market? Save me one of those cinnamon rolls. Don't forget your mittens this year, it's supposed to be colder. It was the kind of event that didn't need elaborate advertising. It lived in people's memories, and that was enough to bring them out when the lights finally turned on. On the afternoon it opened,
I stood at the window of my grandparents' house, watching the sky pale into that particular winter shade that means evening is not far off. Soft clouds had gathered overhead, tinged faintly with pink at the edges. The street outside was still, but there was an almost tangible sense of anticipation in the air, as if the town were taking a deep, happy breath. My phone buzzed on the table. A message from Daniel lit the screen. "Market starts at 5. Want to walk through it together?" My heart gave a small, quiet skip. Nothing dramatic, just a steady, pleasant flutter. I smiled as I typed back, "I'd like that." "Meet at the bookstore?" "Perfect," he replied. "I'll close a little early. Market nights are official bookstore field trips." I could almost hear the amused lilt in his voice through the words. As the hour approached, I wrapped myself in layers, a soft, thick sweater, my warmest coat, the red scarf that had already begun to feel like part of this December's uniform. I pulled on my boots, feeling the steady comfort of them as I flexed my toes inside. Before leaving, I turned off most of the lights in the house, leaving only a small lamp glowing in the living room. It felt right to let the house rest in a gentle half-light while I stepped out into the brighter glow of the town. The air met me with a cool, crisp kiss as I opened the front door. Snow from the night before still lay in soft drifts along the edges of the walkway, and as I walked, I could hear the faint crunch and sigh of each step. My breath formed little clouds that rose and vanished. By the time I reached Main Street, the market had woken fully. Wooden stalls lined one side of the square, each one draped with garlands and strings of warm lights. Some were painted in cheerful colors, others left in natural wood, but they all shared the same cozy feel, like little storybook houses opened just for the night. From one stall drifted the smell of cinnamon and baked apples. From another, the rich, comforting scent of hot chocolate and something spiced, maybe mulled cider. Further down, twinkling displays offered handmade ornaments, knitted scarves, jars of preserves, and tiny wooden toys that gleamed softly in the lamplight. The whole square glowed. Lanterns hung from posts and branches, casting circles of golden light that overlapped like gentle ripples on a dark pond. Children's laughter floated through the air in little bursts, but even that sound seemed softened by the snow and the early evening. Across the way, just where I expected, the bookstore stood with its windows lit like two warm eyes. The open sign still hung on the door, but the interior was quiet. I could see Daniel moving toward the front with his coat in hand. I slowed my pace as I approached, giving him a moment. He locked the door just as I reached it and turned with a small start, then relaxed into a smile when he saw me. "Right on time," he said. "I didn't want to miss the official field trip," I replied. He laughed softly. His coat was a dark wool that suited the weather and the street, and his scarf, striped in muted blues, looked well worn and well loved. Snowflakes had begun to drift lazily down, catching in his hair and on his shoulders, like tiny, delicate blessings. "Ready?" he asked. "Very," I said. We fell into step together as we walked toward the center of the square. Our boots made similar sounds on the packed snow, a soft, shared rhythm. Around us, people moved from stall to stall, wrapped in scarves and coats, their cheeks pink from the cold. No one seemed in a hurry. This was the kind of place you wandered, not rushed through. "Where do we start?" I asked. "Important question," he replied. "The market has rules, you know.
unwritten but very real. "Tell me," I said. "First, you walk the whole length without buying anything. You say hello, you take it all in, you let the smells and lights get into your system." "Sounds reasonable," I agreed. "Then," he continued, "you buy something warm to hold. Cocoa, cider, maybe roasted nuts. Something your hands can curl around." "That sounds very important," I said, adjusting my gloves slightly. "It is," he replied. "Warm hands equal open heart. That's market science."
I laughed, feeling the sound curl easily into the night. "And third?" I prompted. "Third," he said, "you pick one thing, just one, that you didn't plan on, but that makes you feel happy. A silly ornament, a candle that smells like pine, a jar of jam with the ridiculous label, something that will remind you of tonight when you see it later." I let his words sink in. "I like these rules," I said. "Thought you might," he replied. We walked the length of the market slowly, just as he'd suggested. At one stall, a woman in a knit hat arranged rows of gingerbread cookies shaped like stars and mittens, each one carefully iced and white. At another, an older man polished small wooden ornaments, little carved houses, tiny trains, simple hearts. A few steps further, a young couple laughed as they tried on matching woolly hats, pulling them down over each other's ears until they both surrendered and just leaned into each other, cheeks rosy and eyes bright. The air was filled with a gentle tapestry of sounds. Soft conversations, the clink of cups, a distant bell ringing, marking the hour from the church. Somewhere, faintly, a speaker played carols in an instrumental version, familiar melodies softened by the air and the falling snow. As we walked, snowflakes landed on my eyelashes and the wool of my scarf. I could feel the light chill of them against my skin before they melted, leaving just the memory of cold. Next to me, Daniel kept his pace matched to mine, never pushing, never pulling ahead, simply walking alongside, as if that was the most natural thing in the world. "How does it feel?" he asked at one point, seeing it all again. "Smaller than I remember," I said honestly, "but also fuller, somehow." "Fullness is a good word for it," he said. We reached the far end of the market and paused at the edge of the square, where the tree stood like a quiet guardian over everything. Its lights twinkled through the drifting snow, each tiny bulb casting a faint halo. People moved around its base, some stopping to take photos, others simply standing for a minute, faces turned up towards the glow. I felt a familiar sense of peace settle over me as I watched. "This was always my favorite part," I said softly. "The tree?" he asked. "The way it makes the whole square feel held," I said, "like everything is happening around this one steady point of light." He nodded. "It's been here longer than most of us," he said. "Seen a lot of winters, a lot of people come and go." We stood in comfortable silence for a few breaths, letting the scene sink in. Then he nudged me gently with his elbow. "Second pass," he said. "Time for something warm to hold." We turned back into the flow of the market. This time, I noticed even more. The way the lantern lights softened everyone's faces, the way the steam from the food stalls mingled with the snowflakes, the quiet joy that seemed to hum just under the surface of the evening. At a stall near the center, an older woman stood stirring a large, steaming pot,
ladling out portions of spiced cider into paper cups. The air around her shimmered with warmth. We joined the short line, and when it was our turn, she gave us each a cup with a knowing smile. "First market of the season?" she asked me. "First in a long time," I answered. "Well, then welcome back. The market missed you." The words were simple, but they landed with unexpected weight in my chest. "Thank you," I said, fingers curling gratefully around the hot paper. The cider warmed my palms almost instantly. I brought the cup close to my face and breathed in. The scent of apple, cinnamon, and clove rose up in a comforting wave, filling my senses with the kind of warmth that seems to reach places even mittens and coats can't. We moved away from the stall and found a quieter corner near the tree, where the flow of people thinned and the lights pooled gently around our feet. "Careful," he said. "It's hotter than it looks." I took a careful sip, feeling the heat travel down my throat and bloom gently in my chest. He was right. It was hot, but in a way that felt healing. We stood side by side, each holding our cups, watching the market move around us. For a while, we didn't talk. We just breathed and watched and let the moment be enough. Snowflakes swirled lazily, sometimes catching the light and flashing briefly before landing and disappearing. The air, though cold, felt gentle on my face. Beneath my coat, my shoulders felt loose and low, my body quietly content. "How's your December feeling now?" he asked, his voice soft. I looked around at the stalls, the tree, the people bundled up and unhurried. Lighter, slower, like I've stepped out of fast forward and back into normal speed. He smiled slightly. "That's one of the market's secret powers," he said. "It bends time a little, makes it easier to notice things."
"What do you notice?" I asked. He was quiet for a breath, then two. "The way kids' eyes light up when they see the wooden toys," he said. "How people instinctively stand closer together when it's cold. How everyone seems to soften when they're holding something warm." He paused, then added, more quietly, "And today, that you look like you belong here." A gentle warmth spread across my cheeks, and it wasn't just from the cider. I didn't realize how much I missed belonging somewhere, I said. We turned then and began a slower loop through the stalls again. This time, with no rules to follow except the unspoken ones of the evening. Move gently, be kind, let yourself enjoy small things. At one stall, I found myself drawn to a box of ornaments, simple glass globes painted by hand. Some held tiny winter scenes, a cottage, a cluster of trees, a small church with a glowing window. One, smaller than the rest, held the faint image of a little white house with green shutters and a single star over the roof. I picked it up carefully, feeling the cool smoothness of the glass against my gloved fingers. "That one," Daniel said, quietly from beside me. "That looks familiar." "It does," I agreed.
I imagined hanging it on the tree in my grandparents' house, the tiny painted house catching the light as the room glowed around it. Third rule, I said, glancing at him. One unexpected thing that makes you happy. He nodded. Looks like you found yours, he said. I bought the ornament, the vendor wrapping it carefully in soft paper and placing it in a small brown bag. The bag crinkled gently as I tucked it under my arm, a small, tangible piece of the evening to carry home. And you? I asked as we moved away. Have you chosen your one thing? He thought for a moment, scanning the stalls, then looked back at me. I think I did, he said. What is it? I asked. His gaze held mine, steady and kind. This, he said, simply. Walking through the market with you. The words were so quiet and sincere that, for a moment, all the sounds of the square seemed to draw back a little. Not vanish, just soften. Like the whole night was giving us a bit more space around that small truth. I felt my heart respond, not with racing, but with a deep, even thump that matched the calm of the evening. I'm glad I'm here too. Really glad. We walked on, and the conversation slipped easily into lighter topics. Memories of past markets, stories about stalls that had come and gone. The year a gust of wind had sent paper lanterns flying down the street like startled birds. But under all of it, something gentle and new hummed quietly between us. Not a firework, more like a candle catching at last, its flame small but steady. Eventually the evening deepened, and people began to drift home. Families gathered their bags and children. Stall owners started to cover their tables, though many kept their lanterns lit a little longer, as if reluctant to let go of the glow. The snow fell a bit more thickly now, tiny flakes turning slowly in the streetlights. "Walk you home?" Daniel asked, his tone as natural as if he'd asked me that 100 times before. "I'd like that," I said. We left the square together, the sounds of the market softening behind us with each step. The streets were quieter here, lined with houses whose windows shone with their own private warmth.
Our boots made twin paths in the thin snow along the sidewalk. My hand brushed the side of the small bag with the ornament now and then, a tiny reassurance that the night would follow me home in some small way. "What are you going to do with the rest of your evening?" he asked. "Probably make some tea," I said. "Maybe start thinking about decorating the house. I found the boxes in the attic yesterday." He smiled. "Your grandparents' decorations were legendary," he said. "I remember people walking past just to look." "I remember you standing across the street with hot chocolate, rating our light-hanging skills," I countered.
Only because your grandfather asked me to be an impartial judge. He always wanted to win most festive on the block." "He did," I said softly. "Every year." The memory made my chest ache in that sweet way it does when love and loss sit side by side. "If you want help," Daniel added after a moment, "with the decorations, I mean. I'm pretty good with tangled lights and slightly crooked wreaths." I looked at him, the snow catching faintly in his hair and on his eyelashes. "Thank you," I said. "I might take you up on that." "I hope you do," he replied. We reached my grandparents' house sooner than I would have liked. Time had done that bending thing again, stretching during the slow walks and quiet pauses, then rolling forward gently once we were moving toward home. The house looked peaceful, its porch light a soft pool on the snow. No decorations yet, still waiting. I turned to face him at the foot of the steps. "Thank you for tonight, for the tour, the rules, the cider, all of it." "Thank you for coming with me," he said. "Things like that are always nicer when you have someone to share them with." We stood there for a moment, neither of us rushing to turn away. The snow fell softly around us, the flakes landing quietly on coats and hair and scarf, a delicate veil that made everything feel a little more dreamlike. "Good night, Mary," he said at last, his voice gentle. "Good night, Daniel." I watched as he walked back down the street, his figure slowly becoming a darker shape against the pale snow, the curve of his shoulders familiar in a new, comforting way. When I finally turned and climbed the steps, the house seemed to welcome me back with its familiar creak underfoot. Inside, the air felt warmer than before, as if the night's glow had followed me in. I set the little ornament on the table and unwrapped it, placing it carefully where the lamplight could catch it. The tiny, painted house with its green shutters and single star seemed to smile back at me. "Welcome home," I whispered, unsure if I meant it for the ornament, the house, or myself. Maybe all three. As the evening slowly wound down and I moved through the familiar motions of warming water, tidying small corners, and preparing for sleep, I felt the night's gentle blessings gather softly around me. A market filled with lights, warm cider in cold hands, a small glass ornament waiting for a tree, and a quiet, deepening connection with someone who made this town and this December feel softer, brighter, and a little more like a new beginning. Under the calm winter sky of my small hometown, it felt like Christmas was slowly stringing its own lights inside my heart, one soft, glowing moment at a time. The morning after the market felt like the inside of a quiet snow globe. The world outside my window was still, muffled by a thin, fresh layer of snow that made everything look softer, as if the town were resting under a white quilt. Inside the house, there was that familiar winter hush, the faint hum of the heater, the tick of the hallway clock, the occasional small creak in the walls as they adjusted to the cold. I lay in bed for a while, eyes half open, simply watching a narrow band of light slide slowly across the ceiling. My body felt beautifully heavy, pleasantly warm under the quilt, the mattress beneath me steady and sure. There was no part of me that wanted to rush. Today, I had only one thing on my list:
And it wasn't an obligation so much as a quiet promise I'd made to myself. Today, I would decorate the house. Not in a frantic, magazine-worthy way, not to impress anyone or to perfectly match some idea of how it should look, but to let the rooms remember that this was a place where Christmas had always been loved. After a slow stretch and a few deep breaths, I eased myself out of bed, my feet finding the cool floor, my toes grateful for the thick socks waiting beside the quilt. Downstairs, the familiar rhythm took over. Kettle on, mug chosen, tea steeping, as I leaned against the counter and watched the pale sky brighten gradually through the kitchen window. The first sip of warm tea slid down my throat and rested in my chest like a small, steady ember. I let it glow quietly there while I thought about the boxes in the attic. They'd been waiting up there for years, undisturbed. I'd seen them once already, early in my stay, just enough to lift the lids and see the faint sparkle of tinsel, the familiar shapes beneath tissue paper. Then I'd closed them again, gently. It hadn't quite been time yet, but now, sitting in the quiet kitchen with both hands wrapped around my mug, I felt that gentle inner nudge. It was time. After finishing my tea, I moved slowly through the downstairs rooms, turning on just a lamp or two to give the house a soft, waking glow. The living room felt especially patient, as if it knew it was about to change, but was willing to wait for me to approach at my own pace. In the corner where the tree had always stood, there was nothing yet, just an empty space on the wooden floor, outlined faintly by old indentations where the tree stand had once rested. I ran my fingers lightly over that spot, as if I could feel the echo of past Decembers there. Then I headed for the attic. The pull-down ladder creaked in a familiar way when I tugged it down, the sound bringing back so many winters of my grandfather doing the same thing, calling down, "Stand clear now," while I watched from below. As I climbed, the air grew cooler, tinged with that particular attic smell, cardboard, old wood, and the faintest hint of dust and pine from decorations sealed away. Pale light from the small attic window spread out in a soft fan, catching on floating dust motes that rose with every step. The boxes were exactly where I remembered them, stacked neatly along one wall. Some were labeled in my grandmother's neat handwriting: tree ornaments, lights and garland, village houses. Others bore my grandfather's more hurried scrawl of Misk Christmas and Do Not Throw Out, Important. I smiled at that last one. Gently, I knelt and ran my hand along the top of the nearest box. "Ready?" I whispered, to myself as much to the contents. The cardboard gave a soft little rasp as I opened the first lid. Inside, nestled in yellowing tissue paper, were ornaments that seemed to glow even before they met the fuller light of the room. Glass baubles in deep reds and greens, some with delicate painted patterns.
A few wooden ornaments carved into simple shapes: stars, trees, little birds. A handful of lopsided felt creations clearly made by small hands once upon a time, their stitches uneven, and their buttons a little too big. I lifted one gently. It was a faded red felt heart, stuffed with cotton and sewn around the edges in white thread. On one side, signed in slightly crooked pen, were the words, "For Grandma, love, Mary, age 7. My throat tightened, but in a warm way, as if someone had just wrapped a soft scarf around it from the inside. "I remember making this," I murmured, a small laugh catching on the words. I could almost see myself at the kitchen table, tongue sticking out in concentration as I pulled the needle through, my grandmother's gentle encouragement guiding my clumsy fingers. Carefully, I laid the heart back in the box for now. There would be time to revisit each one downstairs, in the gentler light of the living room. Next, I found the box labeled Village Houses. Inside were the small ceramic buildings my grandparents had always placed on the low sideboard. A little church, a bakery, a tiny bookstore, and half a dozen houses with snow-tipped roofs. Many had tiny windows that could hold small lights, meant to make them glow from within. I lifted the ceramic church carefully, feeling the cool smoothness of it under my fingertips. The steeple was slightly chipped at the top, a scar from the year my cousin and I had knocked it over while playing. "We'll call that character," my grandfather had said then, glue in hand. "Everything that matters gets a little worn with love." Downstairs, I made several gentle trips, carrying the boxes one by one, moving slowly so nothing shifted too quickly. Each time I descended, I felt the house growing quietly more expectant, like someone sitting up a bit straighter in anticipation of company. By the time all the boxes were arranged neatly in the living room, I was a little out of breath, but in a pleasant, grounded way. I sat for a moment on the couch, hands resting on my knees, listening to my breathing even out. Inhale through my nose, slow and full. Exhale through my mouth, just as slowly, feeling my shoulders sink back down from where they'd crept up. The room around me was quiet, but filled with potential. The empty corner waited for the tree. The sideboard waited for the little village. The walls and windows seemed ready to accept whatever touches of green and light I chose to give them. The tree itself arrived courtesy of a small-town kindness. The day before, Mrs. Lane had mentioned, almost in passing, that the local tree lot would be happy to drop off a smaller spruce for the house, for old time's sake, she had said. And true to her word, around mid-morning, there was a gentle knock at the door. A teenager from up the street stood there, cheeks rosy from the cold, one gloved hand resting on a neatly wrapped tree leaning against the porch railing. "Delivery from the lot," he said, smiling. "Ms. Lane called it in. Said to tell you this one has good bones." I laughed softly at that.
Together, we maneuvered the tree into the living room, the faint, sharp scent of fresh pine filling the air as the branches brushed past the doorframe. Once it was settled in the old metal stand, cleaned and ready from the attic, I stepped back and just looked at it for a while. It wasn't perfect. One side was a little fuller than the other, and the top leaned just slightly when left to its own devices. But it was beautiful, alive and real, and full of soft green possibility. I ran my hand gently along one of the branches, letting the needles brush my palm. The scent of it, strong and clean, seemed to reach deep into my chest, tugging memories with it. Afternoons of my grandfather standing exactly where I now stood, eyeing the tree with mock seriousness. Evenings of my grandmother moving slowly around the room, humming carols as she adjusted ornaments. A younger version of me, sitting cross-legged on the floor, sorting baubles into piles based on nothing but my own mysterious logic. I took a deep breath and let it out, smiling. "Let's get you dressed," I whispered to the tree. I started with the lights. Untangling them was almost meditative. The soft pull and slide of the wire through my fingers, the occasional pause when a small knot needed patient attention. These were the old-fashioned kind, warm white bulbs on a green cord, a little larger than the ones in stores now, casting the kind of glow that always looked a bit like candlelight. As each strand came free, I plugged it in briefly to check that it still worked. Most of them blinked to life without hesitation, filling the room with pockets of warm light. One strand, stubborn and dark, needed a few gentle taps and a twist of a bulb before it joined the others. I murmured, "It's okay. You're allowed to take your time." Looping the lights around the tree was slow, careful work. I moved in a kind of quiet circle, stepping forward and back, occasionally squinting slightly to judge where the next strand should fall. The cords nestled into the branches, the bulbs tucking in among the needles. By the time I stepped back, the tree looked like it had swallowed a small galaxy. Even with the overhead lights still on, the glow from the bulbs softened the whole room. I turned off the main light. The effect was immediate and soothing. The tree became the heart of the room, its lights pooling gently on the ceiling and the walls, making soft, dappled reflections against the framed pictures and the glass of the windows.
I felt my whole body respond to it, muscles loosening another degree, breath deepening just a little more. In that warm half-light, I opened the box of ornaments again. Each one I unwrapped felt like greeting an old friend. There was the glass snowflake my grandparents had bought on a trip years ago, its edges catching the light in tiny, dazzling points. The little wooden rocking horse that had once been my favorite, its paint a bit chipped now, but its shape still sweet. A ceramic star with a hairline crack my grandfather had repaired with almost comical care. "Some things are too dear to throw away," he'd said then,
We fix what we can. As I hung each ornament, I found myself whispering tiny things aloud. Not full stories, just brief acknowledgments. "Here you go," I said to the snowflake, placing it near a light so it would shimmer. "You always liked this spot," I told the rocking horse, hanging it at about the height my younger self would have admired it from. "And you," I murmured to the felt heart I'd made at 7, "you belong right here in the middle." With each ornament, a piece of memory settled back into the room. Not painfully, just present, noticing it, honoring it, letting it rest. At some point, I unwrapped the small glass ornament from the market, the one with the little white house and green shutters and single star. It felt both new and already part of the house's story. I turned it slowly in my hand, watching the tree lights reflect softly off its curves. Then I found a branch at about eye level, close to the trunk where the lights were warmest, and hung it there. For a moment, I just looked at it. The painted house inside the glass and the real house around me seemed to echo one another. It felt like a gentle promise that there would be new memories here, not just old ones. After the tree, the rest of the house came next, but always at an easy pace. On the sideboard, I arranged the ceramic village, placing each little building in its familiar spot. The church near the center, its steeple pointed toward the tallest part of the wall. The bakery perched near the edge, as if ready to greet anyone who walked by. The tiny bottle brush trees filled the spaces between, their green bristles softening the white expanse of the snowy cloth beneath. When I placed small lights behind the buildings and turned them on, the windows glowed from within, each one a miniature promise of warmth. Standing back, the scene looked like a little echo of the town outside, a small glowing village inside a house that sat in a small glowing town. Layers of coziness nested one within the other. On the mantel, I kept things simple. A garland of evergreen branches, a few pine cones left just as they were, a pair of flameless candles that flickered gently without heat. They added a quiet, steady light to the room, more like sighs than statements. Family heirlooms made their way into little corners. The old brass candlesticks that had belonged to my grandparents' first home, a small ceramic angel that always sat by the front window, watching the street, a framed black and white photo of my grandparents standing in front of an earlier tree, younger and laughing, their faces lit with the same kind of glow now reflecting in the ornament glass. With each piece placed, the house felt less like a shell filled with echoes, and more like a living place again.
The hours passed gently. Now and then I would pause, sit on the couch, and just breathe, letting my back rest against the cushions, my head tilt back, my limbs go comfortably heavy. The tree lights would blur a little when my eyes grew soft, turning into a hazy constellation in the corner of my vision. I didn't try to push through the fatigue or finish everything all at once.
Christmas here had never been about perfection. It had always been about presence, about small, steady acts of love repeated year after year. As afternoon drifted into early evening, the sky outside the windows deepened into blue. I turned on a few more lamps, but not too many. The house was dressed now, not in anything showy, but in layers of memory and quiet light. In the calm that followed, I made myself a cup of something warm and sat cross-legged on the floor a few feet from the tree. My mug rested between my hands, the heat seeping slowly into my palms. The tree lights blinked gently, each one a steady point in the dim. I let my eyes drift from ornament to ornament, tracing the stories they held. There was the little bell my grandfather used to say was responsible for ringing in extra blessings, the angel topper, a bit bent at the halo, that my grandmother would adjust carefully after we'd placed it, the new glass house ornament, reflecting all the others in its curved surface. I realized, sitting there, that this ritual of decorating was less about how the house looked and more about how it felt. Each box unpacked was like opening a door to some small, cherished moment. Each ornament placed was a way of saying, "You mattered. You still matter. You're still part of this." Tears pricked the corners of my eyes, but they came without sting. They felt like another way my body was choosing to soften, to release. I let them sit there, not wiping them away right away, just breathing with the feeling. Inhale, feeling my chest rise. Exhale, feeling it fall a little more open each time. As the room grew darker and the tree grew brighter, I was struck by the quiet blessing of being the one to bring all of this back to life. The house had held these decorations patiently for years, waiting for someone to come and unwrap its memories. In returning, in choosing to spend this day untangling lights and hanging ornaments and setting tiny village houses in rows, I was not just honoring my grandparents. I was claiming this place as part of my own story again, not as the girl who had once lived here temporarily between growing up and leaving, but as the woman who had come back with eyes that could now see the deeper blessings woven into every chipped star and faded ribbon. At some point, my phone buzzed softly on the coffee table. I reached for it and found a new message from Daniel. "How's the decorating going? Want a second opinion on tree symmetry? I charge 1 cup of tea as my fee." A small laugh slipped out of me, light and easy. I glanced at the tree. It leaned just a little. Some branches were heavier than others. It was, unmistakably, imperfect, and yet it was one of the most beautiful trees I had ever seen. I typed back, "The tree is slightly crooked and utterly perfect, but you're welcome to come by and admire your competition. The little ceramic bookstore in the village is giving your shop a run for its money." A moment later, his reply came, "On my way. Never let it be said I turned down tea and a chance to meet my tiny ceramic rival." As I set the phone down, I took one more long, slow look around the room. The tree, the village, the heirlooms tucked into corners, the soft lamps and their gentle pools of light. Everything together created not just a decorated space, but a feeling, a quiet, nostalgic warmth that settled deeply into my bones. In that moment, before the knock came at the door, I felt a deep, steady sense of gratitude for the family who had started these traditions, for the town that had welcomed me back into them, for the chance, at 30, to stand in the middle of all this and feel both the weight and the lightness of being home. The house was ready for Christmas again, and sitting there with my hands warm around my mug and my heart calm in my chest, I realized that slowly, gently, I was getting ready for it too.
Christmas Eve arrived the way snow does in quiet towns. Softly, steadily, almost before I realized how much it had gathered. The days leading up to it had unfolded in a gentle rhythm of small rituals. A walk to the bakery for a special loaf, a visit with Mrs. Lane, who insisted I take home a tin of cookies to keep the tree company, a slow afternoon at the bookstore where people drifted in to pick up last-minute gifts and to wish Daniel a Merry Christmas in that familiar, affectionate way that only happens in small towns. By the time the 24th came, there was nothing left on any list that couldn't wait. The house was decorated, the presents, simple and few, were wrapped, and my heart, after weeks of softening and settling, felt quieter than it had in years. That morning, I woke to a sky the color of pearl. Light filtered gently through the curtains, and for a while I lay still, listening. The house made its now familiar sounds, the low murmur of the heater, the faint tick of the hallway clock, the soft rustle of branches outside brushing against one another in the cold air. My body rested heavy and comfortable against the mattress, the quilt pooled warmly around me. Christmas Eve, I thought. Not with urgency, just with a kind of quiet wonder. Downstairs, the tree greeted me before anything else. I had left the lights off overnight, and now, in the soft gray of morning, it stood in the corner like a calm sentinel, its branches still, its ornaments dim but dignified. I plugged in the lights and watched as they slowly blinked awake, one strand after another, until the whole tree glowed with a warm, golden hush. The room changed at once. Shadows pulled back. The framed photos on the walls caught tiny reflections. The glass of the market ornament, with its painted little house and single star, gathered the light and held it like a memory made visible. I made tea and sat on the couch, with my legs tucked beneath me, both hands cradling the mug. Steam rose in gentle spirals, disappearing into the air. I took slow, unhurried sips, feeling the warmth move from my chest into my shoulders, down my arms, and out to my fingers. Outside, the world was unusually still, as though the town were pausing before the evening to come. Christmas Eve in this place had always been about the two things, the late service at the church and the carols that spilled out into the night afterwards. Today, I let the hours leading up to it unfold as gently as they wanted. I moved through the house in small, contented circles, straightening a pillow here, checking on the little village lights there. I set the dining table, not for a big feast, but for a simple Christmas Eve meal, a bowl of warm soup, a slice of bread from the bakery, a plate of cookies I knew would be partly shared with Mrs. Lane, and, if all went as the town seemed quietly determined to arrange, with Daniel later. As the day wore on, light shifted slowly across the floor, from pale morning to brighter midday to the soft slanting gold of afternoon. Through it all, the tree remained the glowing heart of the room, its small lights patient
and steady. I took my time getting ready for the evening service. A familiar sweater, my warmest coat, the red scarf, now carrying faint traces of pine and cold air from so many walks. By the time the sky began to dim into blue, tiny flakes of snow had started to drift down again, swirling lazily in the air. I turned off all but one lamp, leaving the tree as the main source of light. For a moment, before stepping out, I simply stood there in the doorway between the living room and the hall, looking back.
The house, with its warm corners and softly shining ornaments, looked like something out of a memory, and also like something that belonged entirely to this present moment. "Thank you," I whispered, to the house, to my grandparents, to this strange, beautiful December that had held me so gently. Then I opened the door, and the quiet of Christmas Eve stepped in to meet me. The walk to the church took me past windows glowing with their own small celebrations, tables set with candles, children pressing their faces against the glass to watch the snow, a couple holding hands across a couch, silhouettes framed by twinkle lights strung along the curtain rods. The air was cold enough to paint my cheeks, but still and kind. Each breath I took left a soft cloud in the air, rising and fading almost as soon as it appeared. From a distance, I heard the first toll of the church bell, slow and resonant, rolling over the town like a calm announcement. It wasn't urgent. It was an invitation. When the church came into view, its small steeple pointed up into the darkening sky, a few lanterns already lit near the entrance. Soft light spilled from the stained glass windows, casting faint patches of color onto the snow below. A handful of people stood near the doors, stamping their boots, rubbing their gloved hands together, greeting one another with low, warm voices. "Mary," Mrs. Lane called, lifting a hand in greeting. She stood bundled in a wool coat and hat, her cheeks rosy, her eyes bright. Beside her, to my quiet delight, was Daniel, scarf wrapped snugly around his neck, snowflakes resting lightly on his shoulders. "Hi," I said as I reached them, my breath mingling with theirs in faint white clouds. "You look very Christmas Eve," Daniel said, with a small fond smile, nodding toward my red scarf. "You too," I replied. "I see you took your business rivalry with the ceramic bookstore seriously. You look like the more charming one tonight." He laughed under his breath. "High praise," he said. "Shall we go in?" Inside, the church was warm and gently lit. Candles lined the windowsills, their flames steady and small. The air carried a soft mixture of scents. Evergreen from the garlands, wax from the candles, faint traces of perfume and wool, and cold air bringing its own kind of cleanness. People's voices dropped naturally as they entered, conversation turning into murmurs, footsteps turning into soft shuffles on the worn wooden floor. We found a pew halfway toward the front, the worn wood smooth and familiar. I slid in between Mrs. Lane and Daniel, the three of us forming a small, quiet row. As I sat, I felt the comfortable support of the bench under my legs, the pleasant weight of my coat around my shoulders, the gentle rise and fall of my own breath. Inhale, exhale.
The service itself unfolded in a series of simple, beautiful patterns. Readings that told the old story in words I'd heard countless times, and yet which landed differently now that my life felt slower, more open. Carols sung by a small choir and by the whole congregation together, familiar melodies filling the rafters, then settling softly into the quiet afterward. Silent night near the end, lights dimmed even further, candles held in careful hands, the soft glow spreading from face to face as flame was passed along the pews. When the person beside me tilted their candle toward mine, I watched the small wick catch and bloom into light. I felt the warmth of it on my fingers, saw the reflection of it dance in the eyes of those around me. The words of the carol moved gently through the space, each verse a kind of lullaby for the town itself. I sang quietly, my voice blending with the others. No need to stand out, no need to hide, just another thread in the soft weave of sound.
As the final notes faded, there was a silence that felt almost tangible. No one rushed to move. We just sat there for a heartbeat or two longer, wrapped in the shared stillness. Then, slowly, people began to rise, coats rustling, candles being gently extinguished one by one. Outside, the church bells rang again, brighter now, their echoes carrying through the cold air over rooftops and streets. We stepped out into the night as a small crowd, our footsteps crunching on the thin layer of snow. Above us, the sky was clear and deep, a few bright stars visible, even between the gentle glow of the street lamps. A group of carolers gathered near the church steps, voices lifting in another song, one of those carols whose words everyone knew by heart, whether or not they were printed in the little songbooks. People joined in softly as they walked, humming or singing the lines they remembered. The whole town seemed to breathe in time with the music. Walking back toward the square, with Daniel and Mrs. Lane beside me, I felt that familiar sense of being held inside something larger, something gentle and kind. The market stalls were mostly closed now, their windows dark, but a few lanterns still burned, and the town tree stood in all its quiet glory, lights sparkling like tiny stars cat in its branches. We slowed as we approached it. "Every year," Mrs. Lane said softly, "I think the tree has never looked more beautiful, and every year I'm right." I smiled, my breath clouding the air. She squeezed my arm lightly. "I'm heading home before I turn into an icicle," she added, "but you two take your time. It's a good night for walking." "Good night, Mrs. Lane," we said together. She gave us both a fond look and shuffled off down the street, her figure soon blending into the gentle darkness. For a moment, Daniel and I just stood in front of the tree, our shoulders almost but not quite touching. The lights made soft halos in the snow at our feet. Somewhere in the distance, the carolers' voices drifted on, faint but clear. "How are you?" he asked quietly, his tone less like small talk and more like a genuine question. I took a breath and let the cold air fill my lungs, then leave again slowly. "Good," I said, in a way I haven't been in a long time. He nodded, his gaze still on the tree. "Christmas Eve has a way of putting things in place," he said. "Like ornaments on a tree?" I asked, smiling a little. "Exactly," he replied.
We fell into an easy, reflective quiet. Standing there, I found myself mentally counting blessings, not as an exercise, not out of obligation, but because they rose up on their own, one by one. The blessing of this town, steady and welcoming, with its lights and markets and shared rituals. The blessing of this house that had held my family's laughter once, and now held my quiet steps as I moved towards something new. The blessing of neighbors who remembered me, who saved me chairs and sent over cookies and arranged for trees to appear on my doorstep. The blessing of the bookstore, that warm little refuge of stories and soft-spoken care. And the blessing of Daniel, of his patient presence, his kind eyes, the way he had slipped so gently back into my days that it felt less like a new development and more like something finally coming home. I thought of the blessings book in the reading nook, its pages filled with so many small, specific gratitudes. If I had it in front of me now, I knew what I would write. Tonight, I am grateful for being exactly where I am, with exactly these people, in this quiet, glowing town. "Penny for your thoughts?" Daniel asked, turning his head slightly. "I was just thinking," I said softly, "that this is the first Christmas in a long time where I don't feel like I'm missing something." He didn't answer right away. When he did, his voice was gentle. "I'm really glad. You deserve a Christmas that feels full, not rushed past." We began walking slowly toward my street, our steps naturally aligning. The night wrapped around us in a soft, cool embrace, but between my coat, my scarf, and the warmth settled low in my chest, I felt perfectly at ease. "Do you think you'll go back soon?" he asked, not pushing, just wondering. "To the city?" I said. "Eventually, yes, but I don't think I'll go back to how things were. Being here has changed my pace, reminded me of what I want my life to feel like, not just what I want it to look like." He nodded, snowflakes catching on his lashes. "Whatever you decide," he said, "I hope you remember there's space here for you, in this town, in the store." He hesitated, then added, almost shyly, "and with me." His words were simple, but they settled deep, like another ornament finding exactly the right branch. "Thank you," I said, my voice low. "I feel that, more than you know." We walked the rest of the way in a comfortable quiet, letting the night do most of the talking. When my grandparents' house came into view, its windows glowed with the light I'd left on, the trees' gentle shimmer visible even from the street. It looked, I thought, a little like the ornament from the market come to life. At the walkway, we paused, just as we had the night of the Christmas market. Snow lay in a soft layer over the lawn and steps, unmarked except for the path I had made earlier. "So," Daniel said, exhaling a white breath into the air, "how does Christmas Eve in your quiet little town feel now that you're 30 instead of 10?
I looked back at the house, then at the softly lit street, then at him. "It feels like a blessing I almost missed," I said, "and one I'm incredibly grateful to have found again." That's the thing about blessings. They're stubborn. They tend to wait for us. We shared a small, understanding smile. "Good night, Mary," he said, his voice even softer than before. "Merry Christmas Eve." "Good night, Daniel," I replied. "Merry Christmas Eve." I watched him walk a little way down the street before I turned toward the house. As I climbed the stairs and opened the door, a wave of warm air and pine scent washed over me. Inside, the tree lights twinkled gently, casting their familiar golden glow across the living room. I slipped off my boots, feeling the reassuring solidity of the floor beneath my socked feet. For a while, I didn't do anything but move slowly through the quiet house. I straightened a corner of the garland, adjusted the angle of a tiny village house, checked that the little glass ornament still caught the tree's light. Then I turned off the last remaining lamp, leaving only the tree and the village to light the room. The effect was peaceful. Shadows softened, and the edges of things blurred into a gentle duskiness. I sat on the couch, tucking my feet beneath me, and let my gaze rest on the tree. It seemed to glow from within, as much from the memories it held as from the bulbs wound through its branches. My breathing slowed almost on its own. Inhale, feel my chest rise. Exhale, feel it fall unhurried and complete. Thoughts drifted across my mind like snowflakes, soft, distinct, but not demanding. Images from the past weeks floated up. The first moment I opened the door to this house again, Mrs. Lane's hug, the bell above the bookstore door, the murmur of the reading night, the market's lights, Daniel's smile in the falling snow. And beneath all those images, a simple, steady feeling, I belong here. Not as someone who never left, but as someone who chose to come back, who chose this year to trade rushing for resting, noise for quiet, performance for presence. On Christmas Eve, in my quiet little town, blessings no longer felt like something far off and abstract. They felt like this: the hum of the heater and the creak of old floorboards, the glow of a tree dressed in memories, the promise of neighbors and friends who knew my name and my history and still welcomed the newest version of me with open arms. The deepening, gentle connection with someone who saw me not as I had been or as I was supposed to be, but exactly as I was, sitting here in this in-between December, ready for a softer way of living. Most of all, the blessing of a heart that, after a long season of hurry and hard edges, finally felt at peace. Outside, the bells rang once more in the distance, marking the hour. Carols, faint and sweet, threaded through the night from somewhere down the street. Inside, I felt my body grow heavier in the sweetest way, the way it does when sleep approaches like a gentle friend. Tomorrow would be Christmas Day. There would be more small joys, more quiet moments, more chances to notice all the ways love had been woven into this life, this town, this house. But tonight, in the golden hush of the tree-lit room, it was enough to be here. Breathing, resting, held by the home I'd returned to and by the blessings I'd finally slowed down enough to see. As my eyes grew heavy and the lights blurred into a soft, starry haze, I let my head rest against the couch. A deep breath in, a long, slow breath out.
In that peaceful, sacred stillness of Christmas Eve, I felt myself drift toward sleep with a heart full of gentle gratitude and a quiet, certain knowing that this year Christmas had not rushed past me in a blur. It had settled in, softly like snow, right here in my quiet little town, right here in this warmly lit room, right here in me.
Christmas morning arrived so gently that, for a moment, it felt like a continuation of the dream I'd been having. I woke to a soft brightness pressing against my closed eyelids, the kind of light that has already made peace with the day before you even open your eyes. The house around me was quiet, wrapped in the calm that only seems to belong to mornings after something special. No alarms, no schedules, just the delicate awareness that the world beyond my blankets was hushed and kind. For a little while, I stayed very still. I could feel the familiar weight of the quilt over my body, its warmth pooled around my shoulders and legs. The mattress cradled me in all the places that sometimes felt tense or tired, holding me without asking for anything in return. My breathing moved in and out at its own unhurried pace, rising and falling beneath my palm where it rested lightly on my ribs. Inhale, exhale. Christmas Day, I thought, without rushing to get up, without scanning through expectations of how it should be. Just Christmas Day. Eventually, curiosity coaxed my eyes open. The light in the room was soft and clear, filtered through a sky that seemed painted in the palest blue. No harsh shadows, no blaze of sun, just an easy, even brightness that felt like a blessing in itself. I turned my head on the pillow and listened. The heater murmured quietly in the background. Somewhere in the house, a board gave a small, contented creak as the temperature shifted. Outside, I could hear the muffled stillness of snow, less a sound and more an absence of noise, the way the world seems to lean in and whisper, "Rest, it's all right." My body didn't feel pulled in 10 directions like it so often had back in the city. It felt gathered, present, whole. After a few more deep breaths, I carefully eased myself into a sitting position, the quilt pooling in my lap. I stretched my arms overhead, feeling the gentle pull along my sides, then let them drop with a soft exhale. No urgency, no tug of war with the day ahead, just moving when I was ready. Downstairs, the first thing that greeted me was the tree. Its lights were still off, but even in the natural morning brightness, it stood strong and serene in the corner of the living room, ornaments resting quietly in their branches. It looked peaceful in the daylight, like a friend who had stayed up late with you and was now content to sit in companionable silence. I walked over and plugged in the lights. One by one, they blinked awake, the glow spreading gently from inside the tree outward. The room shifted in an instant, less ordinary, more enchanted. Soft golden reflections danced across the window glass, the sideboard, the framed photos. The little glass ornament from the market caught the light and held it delicately, the tiny painted house inside it shining like a promise. Mug in hand, a few minutes later, I curled up on the couch, legs tucked beneath me, blanket pulled over my knees. The steam from my tea rose in slow, graceful curls.
The warmth of the cup seeped gradually into my fingers and palms, then deeper, warming something more than just my hands. I didn't feel the need to put on any music or turn on the television. The quiet was full enough. Outside the window, the town moved at a tender holiday pace. A few people walked past, bundled in coats and hats, their steps unhurried. Now and then, a car rolled by slowly, tires whispering over the snow. Somewhere in the distance, church bells rang a simple, joyful pattern, softened by the air, yet unmistakable. I watched the tree and let my thoughts wander gently, like someone strolling through a familiar park with no destination in mind. December, I realized, had held more for me than I'd expected. When I arrived, lugging my suitcase up the walkway, heart full of half-formed worries and unnamed hopes, I'd thought I was just coming home for a visit, a pause, a breath between chapters. But sitting here now, on Christmas morning in my grandparents' house, it felt like something more had happened. This month had re-taught me how to be still, how to listen, how to notice the kind of blessings that come in small, steady ways instead of loud, sweeping moments. Blessings like the warmth of a neighbor's hug and the familiarity of her cookies on a plate. Like the soft bell above a bookstore door, the murmur of pages turning, and the presence of someone who asked, "How are you?" and really meant it. Like a town tree lit against the dark, a market glowing with lanterns, and carols carried on cold air. Blessings like this house, this gentle place that had waited for me all these years, holding on to ornaments and garlands and tiny ceramic houses as if it believed I'd come back to light them again. And blessings like the quiet, growing connection with Daniel, unhurried, kind, unfolding in cups of cocoa, shared walks, easy silences, and the way his eyes softened whenever he said he was glad I was here. None of it felt like a story rushing towards some dramatic climax. It felt like a story finally breathing, letting its shoulders drop, finding a sustainable, humane rhythm. As I sipped my tea, I found myself thinking not just about Christmas Day, but about the days that would come after, the in-between time, that gentle stretch between Christmas and the New Year, when the world feels both sleepy and quietly expectant. The city was there, of course. My life there hadn't disappeared just because I'd stepped away. But something had shifted inside me. The idea of going back now came with new questions. Did I want my days filled to the edges? Or did I want space for slow walks and neighbors' knocks and evenings where nothing more was required of me than to listen to a story? Did I want to spend my energy constantly proving my worth, or to live in a way that trusted I had worth, even in my quietest moments? I didn't need all the answers yet. For perhaps the first time in a long time, that didn't scare me. It reassured me. Because if this December had taught me anything, it was that change could come gently, not as an abrupt break, but as a soft turn, A gradual reorienting toward people and places and ways of being that made my nervous system sigh of relief. I thought of the Blessings book in the bookstore, its pages steadily filling with small gratitudes. I imagined myself sitting in that reading nook sometime in the coming days, pen in hand, adding another line.
Today, I am grateful for the courage to move into a new year at a kinder pace. The idea of the new year didn't feel like a cliff anymore. It felt like another snow-covered path through town. One I could walk the way I'd walked all these others lately, one step at a time, noticing the lights, breathing in the air, trusting that there would be people and places to support me along the way. At some point, I became aware of how relaxed my body felt. My shoulders rested fully against the back of the couch. My neck felt loose, my jaw unclenched. My hands, wrapped around the mug, were steady and unhurried. My legs, tucked beneath the blanket, were comfortably heavy, grounded by the warmth and weight of the fabric. My breathing had settled into that deep, even rhythm that always signaled to my mind, "You are safe. You are home. You can rest." Inhale, exhale. The tree's lights blurred slightly at the edges as my gaze softened, each tiny glow turning into a gentle star. I let my head tilt back against the cushion and closed my eyes for just a moment, not to sleep exactly, but to let the feelings of this Christmas sink in a little deeper. Gratitude, peace, a quiet, steady hope. Hope that the closeness I felt to this place and to the people in it would carry forward. Hope that the connection with Daniel would continue to unfold in its own patient, hallmark soft way through shared routines, small traditions, and perhaps many more evenings under this very tree. Hope that even when life inevitably grew busier again, I would remember this December and all the ways it had taught me to pause, to breathe, to count blessings like lights on a string. Later today, there would be visits. A walk to Mrs. Lane's house with a plate of cookies and a small wrapped gift. Probably a stop by the bookstore, just to stand in that warm, familiar space and say, "Merry Christmas," to the person who had become quietly important to me in a way that felt both new and deeply rooted. Maybe there would be a simple meal shared, a walk through the snowy streets as evening drew in again, the town settling into its post-Christmas hush. But for now, in this soft morning light, I didn't need to move. I didn't need to plan. I just needed to be here. In this house that smelled of pine and memory, in this couch that held me like it remembered my smaller, younger shape and had made room for the person I'd become. Under the gentle glow of a tree that had seen so many Decembers, and yet still seemed delighted to shine for one more. Eventually, when the tea was gone and the warmth of the mug faded from my palms, I opened my eyes again. The room came back into focus. The tree, the little village, the framed photographs, the ornament glinting gently. I felt a deep, restful tiredness, the good kind,
The kind that comes not from being overworked, but from feeling peacefully full. Like a story whose final chapter is closing not with a door slamming, but with a soft, satisfied sigh. I knew there would be more stories after this one. More Decembers, more journeys, more choices about where and how to live. Maybe I would divide my time between the city and this town. Maybe I would find a way to work remotely, to help Daniel with the store, to let my skills live in a slower rhythm. Maybe I would plant deeper roots here than I'd ever expected. The details could come later.
For now, this particular story, this one quiet Christmas in my 30th year, the one where I came home to a small town and a slightly crooked tree, and a boy from my childhood who had grown into a man with a bookstore and a loyal heart, felt complete. Not perfect, but whole. I stood up at last, feeling the gentle pull of gravity and the support of the floor beneath my feet. As I moved through the room, my fingers brushed lightly against the back of the couch, the garland on the mantel, the sideboard where the little ceramic village glowed. I paused once more by the tree, letting my hand rest gently against a sturdy branch. "Thank you," I whispered again, to the season, to the house, to the quiet courage that had brought me here when I needed it most. Then I turned toward the day, toward the door, toward whatever small, beautiful moments this Christmas and the coming year might hold. My steps were unhurried. My heart was soft and open. My mind, for once, was not racing ahead. As I reached for my coat and scarf, preparing to step out into the calm, snow-dusted streets, I felt a wave of sleepiness, not the kind that pulls you back to bed, but the gentle, drowsy contentment that wraps around you after a story has ended well. The kind of sleepiness that lets you rest without worry. The kind you might carry with you into the night later, when you lie down again and replay the best parts of this month in your mind, like a string of glowing Christmas lights, one by one. Soft, steady, blessed. And as the door opened and the cool air of Christmas Day brushed my face, I held on to one simple, hopeful thought, like the closing line of a book I loved. Whatever comes next, I can meet it gently, with slower steps, with a quieter heart, with the memory of this December, this house, this town, this love-filled, light-strung season, resting inside me like a warm, steady flame. The story of this Christmas was ending, but the peace it had given me was just beginning.